Your own little Mary.
It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh.
Stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore. I'm ready.
All right, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Episodic discussion podcast for Silent Hill 2 Remake by Bloober Team. It's a lot of interesting questions, prospects, and the overall reception of this game is quite interesting, but we're going to delve into it, talk about all the details, and have a lot of fun. So I'm Renegade Operative, and we are going to introduce my panel. So first we have Shadow.
Yes, howdy everyone. Hope you're keeping fairly well. It feels like it's been a little while since I've been on one of these. Our paths haven't been able to cross too much. A lot has changed. I'm now in the last time I was on this, I've now become a senior competitive e-gaming referee. It's been pretty fun and wild. But we are back, yes, for Silent Hill 2 Remake, a game that I think has come with a lot of expectation. Maybe not as much hype as I don't think it possibly could have come out well for a few reasons. But looking forward for this.
Next up is Bane.
We are so fucking back.
He just kept it like short and simple. Okay. Next up is Slash.
Hello, this was my first full time going through a Silent Hill game, so I'm really excited to kind of give a first player perspective on it. I played Silent Hill 2 when I was younger for 30 minutes, and then Fear quit the game forever. So,
Well, I don't blame you for that. I got scared of games too when I was a kid. RE scared the shit out of me, so I am in the same boat. But next we have YEET. Introduce yourself, good sir.
Hello. For a bit of background on my experience with Silent Hill before we get into all the questions, I only started getting into the series like a couple years ago with the Enhanced Edition on PC. Then I ended up going back and playing OG 1 and 3. So for this, I'm not gonna say I'm like not biased, but I have a little bit less nostalgia than everybody else. So I don't know. It's gonna differ opinion-wise.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll go down the list and we'll see how things go. And last but not least, Mirakai. Introduce yourself.
I'm Metrikai, and I have a lot of experience with horror games. That's mostly what I stream. I love horror movies as well. I kind of get a good sense of like slapstick comedy and dark humor out of them, so I might have a weird perspective at times. But I have played all of the Silent Hill games, even some of the really bad ones. And I enjoyed 4, but I wouldn't say it's a good Silent Hill game, just a good horror game. Just put a little slight opinion out there for anybody who wants to give it a chance.
And we're going to start with the first question here. What was your initial thought on Bloober Team doing the remake for Silent Hill 2? Given how this game scored well, what do you think of the doubts and controversy upon looking back on the game? I'm going to basically pass this around to certain people and they're going to answer the questions. And then after they're finished, we'll move on to the next person. So the first person I want to answer this is Shadow.
So, Ren, my friend, my dude, we've burned down these streets a few times, haven't we? You know, we've obviously plenty of Resident Evil games and such, and I like to think that in the time that we've known each other that you know, I've got opinions that sometimes a little bit firm, but I think they're generally fair. Would you agree?
Yes.
So, obviously coming to Silent Hill 2 Remake, as I mentioned at the start of this, I think this game had a lot of expectation on it. because of the series it was looking to delve into. Its source material being one of the most defining games of a genre and also of a generation. And I think that put a lot of pressure, I think, actually, on the developers who had to kind of serve a lot of masters here. They had to somehow try and bring the material from the past and bring it into a more modern audience. They had to try and be faithful to what it was, and yet still kind of try and reintroduce it to people who didn't know it, and look at the ways of improving it with the modern communities we have nowadays. There is something I do need to get off my chest though about this game. And I will apologize in advance if there's any editing work that you might have to do here slightly. I will apologize. And it's something that does hurt me about this game. I don't necessarily if it was Bloober Team's decision, but it was someone's. And that is, I have to talk about very quickly the fact that you could obviously put down like $70 to buy this game, which is all well and good. And I think it's actually a pretty decent price point. Or if you were willing to throw an extra $10-15 at the developers, you could actually play this game on its actual release date 2 days prior, which is a trend that has been developing in gaming for a little while. And to that, I say, fuck you and fuck off with that. This is a horribly insidious business practice that is nothing but corporate greed. It is just based upon peer pressure, upon people to feel, oh, you don't be the ones going to miss out. It's all exclusive. Don't be the sucker. It's absolute bullshit. Do not fall for this. Do not support this kind of business practice. It is terrible and does nothing for the consumer. Yeah. Okay, rant over. I'm done. Okay, I need to get off my chest. Game's right. No. I do have more. I do legitimately have more. No, as I think the game's pretty solid. I think a tough task in a way. I think we know in the development of the game there was obviously you could tell immediately with some of the trailer material that was coming out that obviously there's going to be a very touchy fan base coming into this. You go back to that very first initial trailer that came out for James, like at the start of the game, and even that from that beta to like the actual main release was actually quite heavily changed. A lot of the details. James, didn't like quite as much of a massive wreck, which probably is for the best. But I think the game is done pretty solidly. I don't know if I could say it's done fantastically great. I think there are a couple of areas where design choices were made, which I don't think either benefited either the game the best or the customer the best. But they're fairly minor gripes. It kind of reminds me a little bit of when we covered Resident Evil Remake 2, which has been out for 6 years, something like that. That makes you feel really old. And when that game came out, like I had a couple of gripes about that as well, with like how they dealt with like the second run stuff. It was like a lot of this isn't really a big deal unless you play the original game and you kind of notice the differences. And I think ultimately these games are targeted towards people who didn't play the original source material. Bit tricky in the case of Silent Hill 2, though, because anyone who's played any kind of survival horror has probably played Silent Hill 2 in some form or another. So there aren't a lot of people who are in the genre and don't know the original games. So bit tricky. But honestly, I think a lot of people, it was a lot of much ado about nothing at the time. People being very touchy about not wanting to mess around with the source material. I think they've done a pretty good job being largely faithful. But bringing a game that's over 20 years old in the 21st century always has a couple of growing pains. I think some of those were shown, which we'll talk about more as we go along.
Bane, it is your turn. What was your initial thought on Bloober Team handling Silent Hill 2 and looking back at the controversy?
Oh, I was fucking horrified. Bloober Team is a very interesting company where they have had very, very high highs with stuff like Observer and very low lows like the Medium's ending and the ending of Blair Witch, which, to put it nicely, are very stupid and dumb endings. And I'm saying that very nicely. I've played every Silent Hill game. I love some of them. I hate some of them. And I was very nervous when Konami was like, we've got a plan. And their plan included Bloober Team, who had, again, those previous failures. And some of those early trailers, like Shadow previously said, were really, really rough. I remember the one that was the combat trailer they put out, and I'm trying to find where it was. I think it was 8 months ago. Yeah, that was apparently very early footage, and it shows. It shows. What we got was a rounding success. I was so nervous. The new trailers, especially the one a couple months ago, the story trailer, really sold me on this being like a success. And then now having finished it, it took me 12 hours for my first playthrough. It was wonderful. It was beautiful. They knocked it out of the park. They didn't fuck up anything that I thought personally that I thought they were going to. There's some changes I don't necessarily like. The PS5 also is struggling with this game on 60 frames per second. But that's not the point. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's great. Looking back, I wish I could go back and tell myself that all the doubts I had were basically they're non-existent now. But that's all I gotta say there.
Murderkai, what do you think of this and the controversy with Bloober Team, looking back on it, and your initial thoughts on the game?
Well, was not familiar with what the fuck Bloober Team was for some reason. I think I just didn't really pay attention to that. Also, didn't know that there were doubts and controversy because I didn't know this was fucking coming out until like 2 days. Like they were saying, Shade was saying where they're like, yeah, you could get it 2 days ahead of time. That was the first time I heard that this was happening, and this is as someone who likes horror. loves the Silent Hill series, has played this through a couple different times, had no fucking clue. So that was an interesting way to get back into the game, was being kind of surprised by it, and so getting to re-experience it for the first time in 10 years. And also, like, I didn't realize like how much of a remake it would be in terms of the changes. So there are a lot of things where I was like, wait, was this in the original game? Because it's so similar to the original in a lot of ways, but there's certain things that have been changed, you know, and placements of things and timeline kind of stuff that was changed that was confusing me, and I was having to go back and look at like people's playthroughs of the original because I was so confused. I was thinking that I was like just misremembering the game. So I was, a lot of the time that I was playing it, I was just kind of confused in my playthrough. So it's like, I don't remember, like, these are definitely the puzzles, or this is the place, but this isn't set up the same, or this is going on too long. I think it would have been different if I wasn't trying to beat it on stream within, what was it, 3 or 4 days that I had before this podcast, because I wanted to play it on stream, beat it and everything so that I could have a full experience to come here with. It would probably have been different in terms of my feelings of impatience or that things were going on too long. But I think their decision to draw out certain sections where you have something that's like an apartment complex where everything looks so similar and the same. I'm like, why would you make me play through this area twice and also just not be super different and make it so long in the first place if I am going to play through it twice? That was kind of the problem that I had, I think, with it in terms of what they did change-wise. Also, I'm not trying to like go too forward ahead into what we're going to get into, but I just wanted to ask anybody else, because I thought maybe that I was misremembering. Was the Eddie fight in the prison, or was it like much later, like it was in the remake?
That's later on in the game.
Okay, yeah, it's totally on me. So like stuff like that was just throwing me for a loop. I think they did stay true to what was going on in the original in a way, but I think they cleared up some things that were maybe at least their team considered to be too vague for a modern, dumber audience. I don't know. I wasn't sure if I did or didn't like that, though, because I think that's something, the vagueness of the story is on that first playthrough makes you, kind of encourages you to play through it again and make different choices and get those different endings to get a more well-rounded story. So I'm just wondering how that's going to affect the greater community that's playing this game for the first time and had never played the original, if they are going to want to get those other endings. Like if they're going to feel that need because of those long sections or because of what is it, things being so like written out for us instead of like more vague.
Yeah, so I want to very just quickly touch upon. I'll try not to do too much of this, but yeah, you did bring up the point about the fact this game I think did struggle with generating a bit of hype before it came out, and certainly you're not the only person that I know who had no idea this game was coming out until about a week prior. I had a couple of people that I knew who simply had no idea. I do think this game probably got a little bit squeezed out on that a little bit. There was obviously quite a few releases before it, like so obviously you think of like Dead Rising remake obviously came out not long before, stuff like that. But I think it also talks to a larger issue that I do think this game did have going into it. The fact that it's kind of hard sometimes to sell these remakes and remasters when there's so many of them about. And also when you're covering a game that has obviously it's been out for like 20 years, but like there's already been so many like theses and essays and videos and everything produced about the game's story and its meaning, that sort of thing, that there's nothing really new to explore at this point. And that does hurt. It really kind of hurts the kind of the mystery of it, because so many people already know what Silent Hill 2 is about, its story and what's going on and why it's happening. And I do think that stuff like that has definitely hurt this game initially. You compare this to sort of like other titles that are obviously like a brand new IP, like an Alan Wake or something, which in its hearts are kind of not really that dissimilar to each other, but one has the benefit of just being completely new. So I definitely think that hurt this.
Also, like you said, there's been so many essays and people have done so much fan-wise of like discovery and thought on it that would makes it so much easier to, in terms of controversy, to piss them off if you don't follow what they believe to be the plot, which is something we can talk about later with the idea that maybe James is kind of stuck in a loop of some kind. Because I did notice that in my playthrough and mentioned it, and I was like, oh, this is something new to it. Also, they had several things I remember that were so vague in the game with a lot of the messages written on the wall that in the remake they actually addressed and like did something about. And I kind of like that in a way, because I was like, well, we do get to see more of that, and maybe I would like if in a different playthrough you don't get to see that, if you don't run in that direction, maybe when you're running around town when it's like extra haunted. Haunted's not the right word, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so I think I wish it was. I like that they made it less vague in some ways, but I wish it wasn't so over-explained, maybe, just so that it would encourage me to do my own personal playthroughs in my downtime. And also, I don't want to run. Honestly, it makes me not want to do replays if it takes so long to get through like the apartments in the hospital. Like I had one stream that I swear was like 8 hours of being in the hospital.
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll go next. I was down in the trenches when all the controversy was happening. More or less, this kind of came from people saying, well, Bloober Team made like a lot of mediocre titles, or they didn't know how to handle mental illness, mental health well with the medium. Ooh. I did hear people were complaining about that. But my perspective is that, in my honest opinion, I never played a Bloober Team game before that, so I did not have the same sort of ire or issues or hatred because I never touched any of their games. I did hear about them, so I was cautiously optimistic. I believe the action trailer was the trailer where it's like, okay, this looks kind of janky, like... I don't know how to describe it other than saying this, and this might sound a little bit disrespectful, but believe me, like, this is kind of how it looked to me. It looked indie made. Did not look like a game that felt like a true generational jump with Silent Hill. Yeah, it didn't sound like, it didn't seem like that, sound like that, feel like that. So I was kind of apprehensive after seeing that. But then I was sort of looking at that argument between Bloober Team and Konami, and it was kind of like, Okay, the CEO said this trailer is not representative of what we wanted to put out to the people, and there was issues with this being an old build, because they showed like 7 seconds of gameplay that looked a little bit more polished than normal after that trailer. After this whole vocal argument, I started to think in my head that maybe because Konami put out the publishing rights and they put out certain trailers, maybe they botched it and it's not Bloober Team's fault. And that turned out to be true after seeing more and more and more and seeing more information and playing the game myself. This was an issue of marketing being botched in some areas. I understand the reservations, but I said this before, they treated Metal Gear like it was the king, and they treated Silent Hill like it was a dumpster fire. And I don't know why they did that, because Delta looked...
Because of the American Silent Hills that had come out that were dumpster fires,
Well,
like Downpour and Homecoming, maybe they didn't want to...
Well, here's the thing. That's like, to me, that's not even kind of like my argument. My argument is just kind of like, they put out a great trailer for the remake of Metal Gear, but they didn't do that for Silent Hill. So that is a issue. That is a problem, and I don't get why they decided to kind of handicap themselves there. That being said, though, after playing the game, I was positively surprised. I really appreciated what they were doing with the game. It was better than I thought it would be. Of course, I still have some gripes about some of the gameplay segments, and maybe there were some areas where they extended it and it didn't feel meaningful to the game itself. But overall, I would say a good 80%. I really was kind of blown away by it. As for the remaining controversy, as I am about to end my question, I do believe that there is kind of this aura of people trying to say that, oh, well, old game good, new game bad, without looking at the nuance, and I don't really think like that. I think the best thing to look at it as, the old game did what it did. It's a nice blueprint for what was established, and the new game also tried to add in some things that's really cool and awesome, and one doesn't have to supersede the other. I said that in my review. Like, I enjoy the original Silent Hill and I enjoy this remake, and I don't feel like putting them in some sort of blood sport together, because people are doing that now, and the game is good to the majority, so that's all that matters.
Yeah,
I
totally agree.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, Mad.
I was just gonna say, I think you were right actually about the graphics in a way. I noticed, I was like, why is the main character's jacket clipping into his ass the entire game? And also, Laura, or not Laura. Wait, no, it is Laura. The little girl, her, her like jean skirt overalls are clipping through her legs like she's got shorts. It was just strange. There were a few things like that. Also, James's hair wasn't quite as red as I remember in the original, but all of the sheets textures were amazing. Those were really impressive.
I think the background looked good too. It's a really great looking game, environmental wise.
Yeah, the way I looked at this is it's kind of like a different way to experience a game that you hopefully enjoyed like 20 years. You gotta remember, the original game is nearly 25 years old. 25 years old. It's frightening. And of course, when you pull that over, as I said, it's the same thing we had Remake 2, and other bits and pieces. And we talked about Remake 2, people like trying to compare it to the original game from 1998. And I'm like, how the hell are you supposed to do that? They're generations apart from each other, the advancements you have now to do so many more things, so much more fluidity now, means it's not really fair to compare. It's a different way to experience a game that you enjoyed 20 years ago. That's what this is. And I think in that respect, it did a very, very good, solid job of that. It was never going to be like breaking the mold, because if it tries to break the mold, people complain it and say, what are you doing? You're not being faithful. So it's a bit of a catch-22.
Also, the way that the games industry has changed is going to have a huge effect on it. Like you said, we're in the era of remakes, so that makes it that much harder. Yeah,
exactly. It's not special, like doing this sort of thing. Like this has been going on for several years now, and I think it all spawned from bringing on all the old consoles and bringing them all back. That's where it all started, with like the mini NESs and all that sort of stuff.
I think it was special in the way that it they worked a lot harder on it. Most of the remakes we've been seeing for years is them just doing like an HD remake, and they make like a fast forward button, and that's it.
Oh no, this had to
This
be.
is way, yeah.
They had to though. This is a big franchise. This is a
Yep.
big game to cover. So if they didn't get this at least pretty decently, like they would be absolutely skewered for it, and probably quite rightly so.
But I'm going to pass this turn to Slash. So Slash, what do you think of the whole Bloober Team Silent Hill controversy and how they sort of had some blowback with this initially after playing the game?
Woo! What to say? Well, first off, I had some experience with Bloober Team pre Silent Hill 2, so I knew of their games: Layers of Fear, Observer, The Medium, and unfortunately, Blair Witch. Everyone was saying, the controversy surrounding it was more about The Medium, but my own personal gripe with them being hired onto this game initially was Blair Witch. Partially because it was their only experience with a pre-existing IP. So naturally, I could give it a more fair comparison to that. I've played all 4 of these games I've just listed, and they're not good. None of them. None of them are good. Layers of Fear is laughable, but Blair Witch was the worst one. Because it was really... The way that they handled scares in that game were more jump scares rather than building up tension, which is what Silent Hill, through my own readings of like the different games, because while I said at the beginning of the podcast this was my first time playing one of the games, it wasn't my first experience. I knew about how there was certain things expected in a Silent Hill game, such as tension building, and while jump scares were going to be a natural factor in it, you needed to at least have the perfect atmosphere. And somehow in the past that's already been fucked up plenty. HD collection. Hell of a cough there. But no, I felt like that just I wasn't very generous with them on their atmosphere building work, because it just didn't exist. It did not exist. Now, looking back on it, I do feel like I was very justified post playing the game, because I feel like anyone who goes back and looks at it and thinks, oh man, I was stupid for thinking that, I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like you're very justified in being very openly, cautiously optimistic. You're very justified in that, especially with a studio that doesn't have the best track record. It would be like if we got the team behind... It would be like getting the team behind Callisto Protocol to work on the Dead Space remake. I don't think everyone would be justified in being like, I don't know about that. But again, you won't fully know until you actually get your hands on the product, play it for yourself, and judge for yourself. And I feel like that was the big spine of the entire conversation. And looking back on it, it's possible that the game was very handheld by Konami. Konami could have been very active in the entire idea, holding on to them because they're very cautious about Bloober Team handling this IP alone. But I feel like if they can learn from their experience developing this game, their future titles will definitely benefit, such as their new IP that, Ren, you talked about in a recent video. So overall, I just can't wait to see how the rest of their catalog goes from here on out, because it's a very impressive remake. PS5 gave me no issues relatively. But I do have criticisms that will go on later, but that's really all I can bring to the conversation about this.
Yeet, what about you? What is your initial impressions on the game and any controversy or opinions on Bloober Team?
I'll just say that general positive opinion. On Bloober Team, I really had no previous experience with them other than hearing about like controversy things. And actually, the other day I actually did end up reading an article. I don't know if you guys know, but Dream Boom, I don't know if you guys saw that, but he made an article about how he viewed the medium. I haven't played it, but how like it was about Poland, so maybe I'll check it out when I get a chance. But besides that, I actually didn't follow much of the remake up until its release. I just saw people saying, "Oh, it's gonna be terrible because Blooper would make it," or stuff like that, what you guys have already talked about. But what stood out to me was that people just seemed to ignore that like the original devs would be helping and guiding, which made me a little bit more like okay. And that's why I'm like iffy if like they make future games, are they gonna do well, or was it just like help from like the original team and like some pointers and hints? But overall, I hope they do well in the future, and maybe this can be a turnaround for their dev team.
Yeah, I was going just to quickly throw in like anyone who thinks like Bloober Team were just gonna be let off into the wild to make this game and not have any oversight from like Konami, like need to touch grass, quite frankly. They are 100% gonna be like making sure this is like one of their biggest series they ever did. There's no way that they were gonna just say, that's all right, we'll leave you to it. Come back to us in like 12 months and we'll just release the game and rock and roll. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. So obviously it means there is a bit of to and fro at times, as Ren's already talked about, but it's probably for the better in the whole run.
I just think that well, number one, of course they were gonna have overlords, even if it seemed like Konami kind of butchered some of the releases of these trailers, because I wouldn't have put out old gameplay if I was them. That kind of hurt a little bit in my opinion. But overall, it is game development. Games get better over time. I just think that it's funny now that everyone was like doom and gloom over Bloober Team, then this game came out, and then as we know by now, they have a new IP coming out that kind of is this sci-fi horror game called Chronos: The New Dawn, and I see people just, it has a lot of upvotes on trailers, people like it and they're looking forward to it all of a sudden, and I'm like, months ago it was a very different reception with Bloober Team. So it's just crazy how things just turn on a dime.
The switch up is real.
Their reputation was on the line here. Like the reputation, I think, of the series was a bit on the line, but their own reputation was on the line. Like they had to, like like an 8.5 for this game. It's probably like the absolute minimum. Realistically, any less than that, and you'd say this is probably a failure. And given their prior reputation, like that would be probably them kind of done. Like this is a big shot for them, and if they messed it up, like they're kind of history.
But now it's just kind of like, I don't know, sunshine and rainbows from the last few months, and people are looking forward to it. Now, I guess, it's fine. Minds change. People's minds will change on a dime. But I do believe that, of course, they still have to bring that same momentum into another horror game if they're going to have different writing and everything for it. So I guess we'll see where that goes, but we're going to move on to question number 2. So what do you think of the general improvements of the gameplay, the combat, and is there any criticisms you want to talk about the gameplay going forward? I'm going to start with Shadow first.
Right. So my first thoughts of when I was kind of playing and getting a feel for it is this, in a way, didn't feel like the most Silent Hill game I've ever played. I guess a lot of my history is playing, obviously, a lot of the old ones, tank controls. It's almost felt like if Konami had made The Last of Us, Do you get what I mean with the combat and the way, especially with a lot of being really melee heavy? It's not a bad thing either, actually.
Somewhat,
I think
I get that comparison.
that's kind of how I sort of viewed it. Anyone who says that that the old combat system is better, you also need to touch some grass because it's absolutely impossible. I would say that gameplay wise, it's a bit tricky here. I did find that the game itself was a lot longer than I was expecting. I think people that have played this, it's not unusual here. People that have taken like 15 hours or so, sometimes longer to get through this game, which I think is in a way quite impressive because it doesn't feel like you're going over a lot of the same ground over and over again. Kind of similar to obviously that was a way that the games used to lengthen themselves back in the day, getting you to kind of repeat content, think of the old Resident Evils and going through the same goddamn mansion like 3 separate times. So that itself I thought was pretty impressive, but I do think that there are times where I think it hurt the pacing of the game a little bit. I do think at times, especially in the first half of the game, that it felt a bit pedestrian at times, where there was a lot of expansion on places and things you were doing, but a lot of it felt kind of like a bit fillery. Brookhaven specifically, I must have spent like about 3.5 hours there myself, and I think that was probably pretty quick compared to some people. I appreciate being able to have like this massive building and that you can explore all of it. I think I appreciate the idea and the scope of that, but like surely they could have cut out like 15-20% of that and it would have not made any hurt at all. It would have made the feeling probably a little bit punchier, all things being honest. Even the initial apartments is like it's a little bit lengthy, but I don't think it was too bad. But yeah, Brookhaven did feel kind of a bit like, did you really need to be able to explore almost every single room? And it's like you spend like 2.5 hours exploring Brookhaven, and then you go to the other world. So I'm like, oh my god, it's that feeling of dread, not from the fact that you're going into like this horrible dimension, but that you've got to explore the fucking hospital again. And I don't think this is helped by the fact that the combat, while it feels pretty decently, I think there's too much of it. I do think that there's so little space in lots of areas to kind of like avoid enemies. You're kind of forced to fight like 85% of the stuff around because it's all really tight corridors and small rooms. I guess this is something that's just kind of a bit lost in survival horror games nowadays. But the feeling of that, like, yeah, obviously you can look to fight enemies with limited resources, but there were usually opportunities to either try and avoid enemies or to kind of whisk your way past them. I don't think this game had a lot of it because of the way the combat works, the fact that if you have to dodge everything, you can't outrun enemies. You try and outrun like a nurse with a pipe, she just slides across the ground like 6 feet so she can hit you. You have to dodge everything, which is another thing that's kind of just crept into a lot of our horror games as well. And you could argue, oh, this is just gripes of an old man that's kind of nostalgia filled. No, I think it's objectively just kind of forcing people into situations where perhaps just awarding them for just taking a little bit of time and snaking past, would be appreciated. Especially like I did my game on hard combat difficulty, and there are some real sponges about, and trying to like melee nurses to death like takes so goddamn long. And you're doing it again and again and again, and then you go into the next room, and then there's 2 more, and you've got to fight them because you can't get around them. And I do think it does become a bit of a slog after a while because it's just the same enemies throughout the entire game as well. There's not much kind of there's not really a lot of different types of enemies you fight throughout the entire game, being honest. So I do think that was a little bit bland. But honestly, like pacing wise, I think once you hit the prison, personally and onwards, I feel like the game felt a bit punchier overall, and it didn't feel there was anywhere near as much wasted motion, which I think the first half was a little bit subject to. So yeah, I think overall, like it is an improvement, but it almost got like a bit too much content at times, which is not the biggest gripe I could ever throw at this game.
Next up is Slash. What do you think of this question about the general gameplay and combat? So,
Sorry. Sorry. I had to change mics a bit. I had to work on the mic a bit. Repeat the question.
So we're talking about the general gameplay and the combat controls, and is there any criticisms or praise you want to give it?
Okay, so this is where I wanted to bring up some of my more critical side of it, because I think the combat is really good. The gunplay feels great, especially with the feedback on PS5 controllers. It kind of immerses you into the world a little bit more, which I really like about it. Not as much as, say, Resident Evil 4, where you could literally hear the different slides of different guns through the controller, but I felt every gunshot. And but my biggest criticism of the combat right now is I feel like some of the animations are a bit too janky at times. They don't run very smoothly, which makes kind of for a disorienting experience sometimes, as well as the lock-on feature just not working. Because you could be looking at an enemy, and James just won't hit it. But then you'll be looking away from an enemy sometimes, and James will just auto attack to it after pressing R2 for the pipe or the plank. Relatively the biggest criticism I have with it, I felt like the variety of enemies and their different difficulties made the combat a lot more enjoyable, because I felt like if every single one was as weak as those flesh bags, as I call them, the basic enemies that spit acid at you, I felt like the game wouldn't have been as fun or scary as it was to me. And after a certain point, though, the game gives you so much ammo that almost the melee weapons become kind of useless, other than to kind of double tap, because you don't want to waste your ammo on a downed enemy to double tap them. So you just hit R2 a couple times, stomp on them, and hit them. I found overall that the dodge button as well was very finicky sometimes. I never felt like the game was ever giving me much of a combat challenge. Might be because I was on standard combat difficulty, so maybe if I upped it to hard, it would get a lot harder. Because throughout my entire 16 hours playing the game, I felt like I wouldn't have. Fuck my train of thought. Yeah, God damn it. Where was I going with that? Holy hell! Oh my god!
You were talking about how many bullets you collected, and that it's giving you too much, and then you spent 16 hours. So despite my 16 hours, is this helping you get back to it?
Yeah, it's helping. Thank you. With all the bullets, it felt like throughout the 16 hours that I was playing, it never felt like I was ever in any real danger sometimes. Despite the fact that the many clips I have of me having a hell of a panic attack, just constantly as I'm waving a gun from side to side, checking corners like I'm in Call of Duty. It's just the overabundance of ammo, I felt like made the game too easy in some areas, especially in the prison and the Lakeview Hotel. I felt like those areas start off scary, but by the time you get halfway through, it's like, Okay, well, where do I go? Press up on the map. Yeah, there's an enemy in there. That's an objective. How many bullets do I got? Oh, I've got 50 pistol bullets. Just tap in the leg and then right in the head. So, I feel like going forward, I feel like the franchise needs to just kind of smoothing out some of the animations as well as some of the bugs with like it's either get rid of a lock-on feature altogether for melee attacks or make it a bit more consistent. And that's relatively all I've got to offer with that.
Yeet, it is your turn. What do you think of the gameplay, the combat, and is there anything you liked, disliked, etc.?
I'll say that I think I should go like a negative first, is that I wish that you could still keep the plank after you get the pipe, because like I don't know why they just didn't allow you to keep both if you wanted to like use one over the other. But that aside, because that makes the gameplay a little bit more varied, which is an issue because I know it's like it's a debate about like, oh, it's like the OG, but the enemy variety is kind of bad, and I'm not really gonna fault the game too much. But it's like after you hit the enemy like 50 times, it's like it's still satisfying. It's just, man, I killed this enemy like 50 times. I don't want to do it anymore after like towards the latter half of the game. But it's still satisfying and it's still new areas, so it's not like too bad. But
As I say, I don't think this game can hide behind being it's a 20-year-old game and this is the enemies it had in the previous one. I don't think it can hide behind that. I think that's a bit of a cop-out answer, truthfully. Not from you, but I think from the devs a little bit. I think they could definitely have thrown in some bit more variety rather than just fighting the same type of nurse for like 15 hours.
Also, the nurses being in places where it's like, why the fuck is she here? I like thematic enemies, and they did that for most of it until near the end, I think.
I think this issue is going to delve back into fucking just liberties and what they should have taken. Now granted, this is not a question on a dog, but I do think maybe they should have put in like newer weapons and stuff like that, because if you compare it to like, and I hate to keep doing comparisons, but like the RE games and how they put in like new weapons for Claire, or new like just little add-ons and stuff, like she can have a magnum now, that was cool. But the issue is it's going to be people that say, oh, how faithful are they being here, all this other shit. They're putting in way too much stuff now. It ruins the feel of the older games. I think it's, without saying, it's just normal if they give James like an axe or something and it has different animations, or like a knife. That's totally fine. That makes perfect sense. Or putting in an enemy that's like some new variant of something, like something creepy. I think that would have been okay, because if we base all this on the older game, then that enemy pool is like very, very tiny. And I said this in my review too. I'm like, if they kept and maintained all the enemies from the older Silent Hill 2, it's not really a lot of them. So I can see why they tried to make do, but I can also see why there's an issue with if you put in the same enemies, it's going to be like more encounters with them, which is what they did. And now you're fighting like a lot of the same nurses, or what is it, the legs, the mannequin legs, even though
those legs were they had some reach on them, and they hit so fucking hard, just like the nurse with the pipe. I feel like those two were probably the hardest, but the weird like black ooze ladies, they also had some weirdly like speed. Like I think they had different elements of what made them hard, and I did appreciate that variation.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say before I turn it back to Yi, it's just some push and pull there. Like it's some liberties they should have taken, but it's others where it's like, I totally get why it's like all this stuff is in the older game. They wanted to bring it back. They wanted to do some twist on it, and I didn't kind of get what I wanted with a lot of liberties, but it's still like fine for what it is. But you were saying?
I was gonna say I did like that the enemy's AI was like different. and I found, I said it before, but it's like going from the straight jackets in like the streets to the mannequins in the sheets is like fucking hilarious because it's like going from a boxer to Mike Tyson, and the mannequins will fucking jump you like no tomorrow. And it's like that got me so paranoid. If there's, and this probably jumped a bit ahead, but fucking the way it just kept me on edge even if I was expecting it, and the fucking how they switch it up. Like sometimes you'll think, oh, there's gonna be a mannequin here, and then it's not, and then it's there, and it's just like ah. And then I'm just like, come on, James, you gotta hit them. And it's just, that's, I actually did like it, is that, is how you could shoot them in the leg and then hit them. But then they all don't stagger the same way. So if you have like two in the same room, you might have to do a different strategy. I should mention that, I do think it was enemy placement, like trying to mix up in some areas, like the abstract addy, and not having it at Lakeview was a good decision, because just keeping it more unique and not reusing it, but instead replacing it with like a different one, and kind of actually having a mini boss with that one you don't conventionally fight was pretty cool. But I should mention this, but it's gonna get later. But no great knife I did not like. I wish there was, that goes back to like, the melee system. I don't know if they just couldn't code it in, or if it was like it couldn't be possible, because I'm pretty sure you can get the chainsaw with like
New Game Plus
normal
or something.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they don't replace the other one. I'm not entirely sure. If one of you has done New Game Plus, can you like correct me?
I don't think the Great Knife is even obtainable in New Game Plus. It's just
I'm talking about like the chainsaw. And, like, can you have the pipe and the chainsaw at the same time?
yes.
Yeah, you can switch to no.
I don't know why they couldn't why couldn't they just let you choose both? I don't know. I guess maybe just because of story thing.
I was okay with them actually just making the Great Knife like an actual item used in the story. I always thought it was a bit stupid to have as an actual weapon. I mean, the absolute size of it, it's just like, to me, it was completely absurd that it was even a thing in the original game. So I had no issue with how they implemented it in this game.
I think it's more fun, but with the dual pyramid heads being part of the end boss like section, I think maybe that's why they didn't let you take it. They're like, well, he kind of still needs it, so gotta leave it down there with them.
I thought he uses like spears at a certain point.
Oh,
like
you're right.
Yeah.
I finished it yesterday and I've already forgotten what's wrong with my brain.
Well,
no,
I was. Go ahead.
Go now. You go.
I was gonna add on that about the Great Knife, that to your thing about it being stupid. It's like,
I think it's more fun.
I just think it added more variety towards the end.
I think it takes a bit away from James's arc with Pyramid Head, in my honest opinion, because it's like Pyramid Head is supposed to be, spoilers for anyone watching, 1 week old game. It's his executioner. I don't think someone with that kind of mentality would be carrying the weapon that he wants to be struck with him upon.
It's executioner, but I think it's a representation of James actually as the executioner of his wife.
That could.
Yeah,
that
so
could
it's
be
supposed to
true.
be kind of him, like
I thought
his
that you
placement in
could
Silent Hill.
I thought you could also just have it like, so if you use it, it counts towards the ending, because it's how you play is what you get. So you could also have it like that. Also, I should mention that with the inclusion of a dodge button, that does make certain endings more believable and makes sense, because if you don't dodge and you get hit all the time, I actually don't know what the... Actually, should I mention this here? But does the endings are like still the same thing, which is also good. So like how you play the combat is...
There's 2 new ones.
Yeah, but that's like a later question.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's it for like general stuff. We get in more depth later if anything comes out.
All right, so Bane, what do you think of the general gameplay, combat, etc.?
I think it is probably the best modernization of one of these kind of games we've gotten, other than maybe RE4 Remake, where it takes the core concepts and the core mechanics of what that game was and translates them into essentially a different-ish genre. Because I mean, third person over shoulder shooter is very different to a fixed camera tank control game. So inherently you have to add more combat. You have to add more visceral combat. It comes with the territory. I think that effectively they blended what I expected them to do and things I didn't expect them to do in a way that actually provided some material success. Silent Hill has never been known for its combat. That's no secret. That's like, saying McDonald's is known for its fine dining. It's not, it's not the lowest quality food, but you're not, don't expect steak tartare. This is really good, I think. The biggest criticism I have is probably the amount of save points. Because there's a save point approximately every 5 to 10 minutes. At least it felt like that. It felt like I was always seeing like a red square every, about 5 to 10 minutes.
Don't forget the autosaves.
I mean, I don't mind the autosaves too much, especially on like lower difficulties. I think if somebody's playing on the lowest difficulty, they'd probably respect the autosaves more than somebody playing on, the hardest difficulty. Because they're not going to save as much. I feel like it's got that trade-off. But yeah, the biggest criticism I have is the fact that there's so many save points. Because I ran through a lot of my health items. I also didn't really explore too much outside of the beaten path, so maybe I didn't find as much shit as I probably should have, but it took me 12 hours to finish the game, and it's about like 6 more hours
Damn.
than it. Yeah, it's about 6 more hours than the original game took me. So I like the expansion. I like the new things we got, but we'll talk about that more later. But yeah, I really liked the changes. I thought it was impressive.
Okay, so I might have a little bit to say, but I'll try to speed through it real quick. I thought the gameplay was interesting. I have to go with Bane, where he said something like Silent Hill was just never really known for extravagant combat. It's the same thing that was said back in the past. Like, mostly what you would do in the original Silent Hill is you would get the pipe, you would go to the hospital, and then you would get in a place of position and keep bonking a nurse in the knee until she dies. Combat over. That's it. It's literally unfascinating in my opinion. But they tried to make it more engaging, I guess. There's some things I liked and didn't like. I'll start with the things I did not like. The game seems to force you into this whole hard lock on mechanic where you get close to someone, you know how the camera just like focuses right on the enemy right there. That's kind of why it's hard to break away. I kind of just want them to do without that system, and if you could do a manual lock on where you can snap off, snap on, get out of there real quick if you want to. You're not just hard locked onto an enemy when you're trying to run away and it's like legions of them, because I noticed there's like these segments where they will the town kind of goes crazy. It happens in the beginning of the game. It happens like twice, I think, where it goes crazy. It's a lot of wind and there's like 5,000 monsters on the street and you're like running and you snap on the one, you run off. It's kind of a little bit weird, but that would probably mitigate almost half of the issues I had when I noticed that I tried to hit something in the head. I noticed it happened with the chainsaw as well. I tried to hit something, I keep missing. I missed like 3 times. I'm like, wait a minute, okay. So I understand maybe they wanted to do this whole human error element to James, but it kind of got annoying when I missed my chainsaw like 4 times. So I just thought to myself, this has to be like a mechanical issue and a more manual lock on would solve it. That's number one. I think I was talking to Brandon about this. He said, why is there a friggin' quick turn button? Why is that? That could have been a lock on button. I wholeheartedly agree. The next thing is that it does get repetitive from what I noticed, and I know Shadow made a comparison to this and Last of Us. And I think the thing that's different is that when you play Last of Us and you have like differing weapons or something, you pick up like pipes or something like that, it's always a different little animation. Maybe Joel would throw someone to the ground or some shit like that, or like it's a different property when you hit someone. But in this game, it's kind of just the same. You shoot them in the leg, you run up on them with the pipe, and you stomp on them. I know this is like Bloober Team's like first combat system, so I'm not gonna give it like too much shit, because I do feel like it is a foundation where they could heavily improve, and they probably heavily should if they're gonna do Silent Hill 3, which is like more weapons, more combat, whatever they remake next. It just has to be more fleshed out. But I saw like you tend to either stomp, pipe, shoot in the leg, and I just wish it was a little bit more dynamics to it. I kind of like the fact that you can sneak up on enemies a little bit, and if you do, you will get a one-hit kill. It happened to me a few times, so there is like some strategy to be made, and I think if they do flesh it out and it makes sense, that's cool. One thing I want them to keep is that if you fight multiple enemies and you get in a corner, you might be fucked. So manual lock on, snapping off, that's really important, as well as trying to break away. But the foundation is decent, I'm not gonna lie. It's something to really just take hold of and say it's not the worst thing in the world, but it could be improvements. There's a lot of encounters in this game, like tons of enemies. I'm talking like pouring out everywhere, so I think it could have been a little bit more enemy variety, but I did like that they decided you go to the other world and there's like the enemies covered in sludge, and they do differing attacks to you depending on the situation. I've noticed a nurse has like a scalpel instead of a pipe, and you approach her, it's like, oh, I'm thinking, oh, this is gonna be the same sort of situation. No, she brought out a knife and she started like 5-hit comboing me. I'm like, what is this? But then there's also decisions like that where I like those, but then they could have probably made like the leg enemies in there, and they could have did like differing things. I know there's like a spider variant of them later on in the prison. So it's like they have multiple enemies in the game of the same variety, but they could have made variants to make them a lot more interesting. I'm not sure why they didn't do that a lot more, even if they weren't going to take a lot of liberties. But Shadow, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think this game holds particularly well combat wise whenever you have to fight more than one enemy.
Oh no,
really, really dicey. Like, I think 1v1s were totally fun, but anytime you had to do it more one enemy, like it didn't feel great to me. Felt very cumbersome at best.
Yes, but I guess, I don't know, the only reason I'm saying that I kind of like that element is because it's a lot more oppressive. Maybe it's my survival horror instinct where I'm like, okay, if there's two of them, it's hard to handle. Maybe I can try to get away a little bit, but it's kind of hard as well with the systems at play and the fact that I can't snap off these two for the life of me, which is why the dodge gets a little bit finicky if you're in a like really tight hallway. I noticed this in the apartments. If there's like two of them, no, actually I would say the hospital is probably the worst example, because they start doing nurses, legs, and other enemies, the flesh monsters, all in one room at one point. Yeah. And I just found it to be overwhelming. I was like, I can't dodge my way out of this. This is impossible. So
I think you're being too generous. I think it should be said that it's just not been well executed. I think you're probably kind of making sort of I think a little bit, honestly.
Well, I mean, I might be a little bit generous, but it's just like I can sort of deal with some situations if I just had like a shotgun or something, so I can just run my way out. It is ways to get around all these enemies. I don't like that they put in a lot more encounters, but I didn't hate it as far as like everything goes. It's like, okay, if I want to talk about stuff that I hate, I don't like engaging combat in the original where it's like I'm just sitting there shooting something and there's no challenge or anything like that. I need to be challenged in my survival horror game, so I will give them the positive benefit of the doubt and say at least they made this game a lot more harder to deal with. Is it good in every segment? Of course not, but I don't like the original's combat, so maybe I'm just more biased to this one a little bit more. But it needs work, obviously.
Well, is the original a survival horror game or a psychological horror game? Because
it
to
still
me, I
is.
feel like it's not Resident Evil, so he shouldn't be good at combat, and it
Yes,
shouldn't be the
but
focus.
that's another thing too. Is like thematically, yes, I understand he shouldn't be that great at combat, but when it gets to the point where you're missing pipe swings, that seems like mechanical to me. It could be easily fixed. At the same time, gameplay is gameplay, so I understand everything could be looked at under a microscope and viewed under a lens. I totally understand, but that's just my kind of take on the gameplay so far. It's not bad. I've played worse. I've played much worse. If you played I even would think that I didn't like the Evil Within 1's combat at all compared to like a lot of things. I felt like that was even more janky, trying to hit a bottle square on someone's head at a certain angle. I just didn't like how that turned out, but they fixed it later in 2, so I can't really complain. It needs work, and maybe this could be the same situation. At the same time, I guess other things that I liked, I really just enjoyed the Otherworld this time around. I feel like design-wise, the Otherworld just kind of over trumps the original, because it seemed like they just tried to do these wet environments and that was it. Everything's rainy. They didn't try to change too much or whatever, but I do get people saying I just backtrack through one entire segment for like hours and I have to do the same in the Otherworld. That I totally get, but at least they tried to make it as different as possible. In the original, I just kind of felt they made it more wet, and then you get to the area and you beat it in under like 30 minutes and it's done.
Yeah, I will say the other world, at least they did change the environment around you. Like it really was crumbling down, a lot of them. Or I think also, like you said, the original, I think they just didn't have maybe the graphical or even the space like capabilities to make it that different. Because there were sections of the other world that were meant to look like skin stretched on walls, like for some of Angela's, but it showed up so much better in this version.
Yeah, the PlayStation 2 was not a very strong console, but people got a lot out of it, and they pushed the original PS2 to its kind of limit.
Yeah, they did. They were probably one of the best looking games on the PS2, especially for the time that it came out. It was already really impressive.
Oh,
yeah, but as for technical issues, I heard people complain about that. I was just like, I didn't really get too many issues outside of getting stuck. I got stuck like once or twice on like a certain crevice. It's kind of weird, like in a corner in the city or whatever, you get stuck and it's just like you have to do a hard restart. But other than that, not too many big bugs or problems on my end, so I'm kind of good on that. And the only other thing I think I wanted to sort of bring up is I just hope that in the future it's okay to understand you can take reasonable liberties that makes sense, because there's like totally new scenes in this game, like the Heaven's Night scene, and I was like, this actually fits. And I heard there was actually a Silent Hill 2 essayist working on this game, and I'm just like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of cool that they decided to expand the lore in places and make additions. I believe if RE1 Remake can do it, then it's no problem making a liberty that makes sense, whether it's a new creature or not, like, or some sort of force to really shake up the gameplay a little bit more than normal. But
I think you're right with the. Sorry, I was gonna say I think you're right with the new cutscenes. But if any of you have ever played Silent Hill Shattered Memories, I think they took a lot from that game.
I have not.
So it's just essentially it is a reimagining of kind of a bit of 1 and 2, and mostly like 1, but you get to see the main character from 3. But the important part to it is because it's on the Wii, it takes where you're pointing your Wiimote, which is your flashlight, to look at different things. And it takes in, which thing did you look at first? And how long did you look at it? How long you look at it to determine how the monsters change. So if you look at really sexualized photos, the monsters become more sexual, and then you get sexual cutscenes and a more sexual ending, and some of the characters are more sexualized. So like there's stuff like that happens. It's totally different. And as I was playing this, I was seeing some elements of that, and I was hoping that maybe they would include something of that nature to this when it came to the ending.
Well, as I
and
said,
monsters.
no, I was gonna say it's your turn either way.
Okay, cool. As for the combat, I absolutely agree with most of this. I will say, gameplay is an interesting thing because games are meant to be entertaining at their core. It's meant to be a game. It's meant to be fun, but horror is meant to be entertaining, not so much in a fun way. I mean, a way that I personally find fun, but maybe most people don't. And that it is supposed to be terrifying, but Silent Hill have always had a melancholy feel. They're supposed to make you think in the way that art does, and this game especially is supposed to include a lot of trauma for people and can get into really serious subjects. And so I feel like combat is kind of almost out of place in it, like within its own world and its story. So it's very interesting trying to kind of organically put combat into that. But it is partly because you're fighting off your own feelings and emotions, going through something like PTSD, or trying not to remember trauma, but it keeps coming at you because your body remembers it. Like, you can't really forget. You do have to work through these things, right? And so a lot of that is what James is going through until he finds whatever, your ending is, his conclusion at the end, and he comes to terms with it however he does, But comparing it to the original, I do like in ways that the original, part of it is the camera angles and the camera perspective, which maybe we'll talk about later, I'm not sure, but I love cinematic stuff, and I love the cinematic camera angles at the beginning, but it does mean that you have to use tank controls like old Resident Evil, which are very hard to do combat with and can make a game very unfun and annoying at times. And I definitely appreciate the lack of tank controls, but I almost never felt scared playing this. I only had certain times where, like, it was pretty much always the dual legs, like dual thigh crotch ladies that got me, because they would pose up in the room and I was like, I see it, but like right as I was seeing it, it would jump. Like, I could never tell when it was gonna jump, so that's what would get me. Or there's one cutscene with Pyramid Head that he grabs you by the neck or whatever, and that one got me really bad. But the rest of the game, I really never felt scared or even like hardly stressed. And I think part of it was because the combat was so consistent. I was like, I can expect an enemy in like 99% of the rooms, for one thing. And because of them having like the knife wielding nurse that's covered in like black ooze or whatever. She's got the Nickelodeon gack on her. She annoyed the shit out of me, as well as the pipe nurse, because pipe nurse is a little too strong. So I'd have to pull out my shotgun, and then at least for like my like standard or hard version I was playing at this point. But the knife wielding nurse just had so much dexterity, and it didn't matter how well I dodged her half the time. I would either get cornered in a room or I would move into a wall, and she would still somehow get a hit on me, even though I was not, like, it physically looked like she should not have been able to hit me. Meanwhile, I went into the double Pyramid Head boss fight, dual wielding spears. I had no health when I went in there, and I had no health items on me, and I beat them just through dodging, like, but this version of it, the remake, made me feel like I was playing more of a Dark Souls game with Slash was saying, you're just constantly checking your corners. But for me, that didn't like scare me. It's just like, okay, I'm going through a routine. To me, that felt almost boring in a way, and it wasn't the anticipation, that build up that you normally get in a Silent Hill game, let alone a horror game. So I felt like, weirdly enough, I didn't know that this team did Layers of Fear. I feel like, weirdly enough, they actually understood that anticipation in Layers of Fear better than they did in this remake, almost. I don't know if maybe other people felt different ways because I play horror stuff so much, but I did not feel scared playing this almost ever. And that was actually kind of disappointing, because I remember 3 was very scary to me because of the anticipation. But I think with Silent Hill 2, maybe it was more those locked-in cinematic camera angles. And the part with locking in on the enemies was annoying as shit, because it meant that when you were in those big rooms with a ton of them, it was just, you had to kind of go in and out, or go through the gaps in the walls, or try to crawl under stuff, like find ways to section off like different ones, like almost playing fucking Final Fantasy Tactical, like trying to work the enemies around, but there was no escape from them when it came to that. It used to be that obviously you had to load in the doors, so maybe you didn't want to fight an enemy for whatever reason. You could just, not waste the time. You could walk through a door and they can't chase after you. But every single enemy in this, it seems, or almost every enemy, seems that they're able to crawl through the cracks in the doors and crawl underneath the floor. Like, it was unavoidable. You're you're locked into a genocide run. Did not appreciate that, because for me, I know at least in Silent Hill 3 that can change your ending with how many enemies you kill, like weapons that you use type shit. And so I was hoping for more variety when it came to their understanding of that in a horror game, and also just how that should affect James, basically. Because I felt like I had to kill every single enemy, and I was like, this is like, I feel like if I really am locked in and having to kill every enemy to get through this, then it doesn't feel like the original in that sense, in the way that I feel like it should. But also, it feels like I'm gonna get some kind of like evil James ending every time, like James is totally down with murder every time. Like, he also didn't have, whenever you fought with Eddie, he didn't have his very important line that I thought, where he mentions that he kills a human for the first time. Everybody else that he kills in Silent Hill are all these monsters. They're all enemies. They don't have human faces. So he feels like he has no other choice. But when he kills Eddie, he recognizes that not only he's another human trapped in Silent Hill, and he's another human with mental illness, which is similar to what James is dealing with. Like, that line that he says, it's just one short line, but I feel like, okay, I won't talk too much about the story, but I just felt like that was like really important when it came to combat, like some recognition of things. But that was pretty much, I think that was everything. But yeah, not being able to avoid them was annoying. Oh, and I will say last thing, I did have one moment where I killed one of the pipe nurses on the floor, and she was right next to a cabinet with like a health, a health drink, and I could not break open the cabinet to get into the health drink because he kept relocking onto the nurse, even though it was a dead body. Like, it was just a corpse on a floor. And I was like, okay, I feel like if she's fully dead and the game knows she's dead, then I should not be able to lock onto her anymore. Like, that was annoying. But that's all I'll say. Sorry. That's my piece.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I'm itching to talk about that whole, they try to do a couple of realism scenes with that,
Yeah.
but that's question number 4 for me. But
Okay, good.
question number 3 is, what did you specifically think of the new take on the boss battles, and any leftover conversations on the enemies you want to mention? Shadow, you go first.
They were fine. You have the benefit of 20 years to modernize them a bit, and they felt a bit more kind of free flow, I think, at times. I don't really think a lot of the boss fights in the original game were even that great, honestly. Especially compared to like it felt like, at least in Silent Hill 1, there was some very cool stuff going on here, like fighting on the rooftop and that sort of thing. But in 2, it never felt that amazing. Some of them kind of like really, really obnoxious. I don't think any of them were particularly tricky, all in all. But I will say that it's kind of it's weird in that I think kind of like it felt like their purpose kind of changed. Whereas in the first half, it was kind of more for like general gameplay purposes. It felt like once you got to the labyrinth, it felt more that the bosses were being used almost for like story purposes. And I don't mean that in a harsh way. I just mean that it felt that more they were kind of like more. What's the word I'm looking for here? The labyrinth boss fight itself against with Angela and that sort of thing, I actually thought was like my favorite fight of the game.
Yes. Same.
Just because it wasn't really a boss fight, it was more of kind of like a long sort of drawn out kind of semi chase scene in a way. It was something out of a horror movie. It was a protracted boss fight, brought across several locations, but with extra bits and pieces thrown in. And I think that's what Silent Hill 2 is better doing, is having these fights, not just being about can you do the damage, but kind of like tie it into the story and the spectacle of it all. And I think that's where it's better at doing. I think Eddie's to some extent did that kind of, but I do think if when I was going through that labyrinth and going through like the Angela, and obviously that boss section specifically, like seeing that's the sort of thing that gets me excited about potential remakes, Silent Hills 1 and 3 and so forth. If they can do more stuff like that, and just kind of like bring it out. Like I've played a ton of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, so I can kind of appreciate that sort of thing a bit more. I think the execution around that's what you want. You can't do it all the time, admittedly. Sometimes you just gotta have sort of general knockout fights, but stuff like that, I think, is exactly what you want to do in a Silent Hill game. And I think that's a very distinctive sort of thing that you can do, which kind of draws out from the crowd.
Okay, I'm gonna go next, but I guess I'll sort of elaborate on that point a little bit that was sort of said. Yeah, I think personally, like, I don't know if it's just me, but Silent Hill 3, in my honest opinion, feels like a more action-heavy game because you get more weapons, you fight more enemies. So this style refined might cater to something like that a little bit more. I don't know. That's just how I felt. I understand story significance, but I also had a knockdown, drag out fight with an executioner on a rooftop, and I had a submachine gun. So I was just like, okay. But the boss fights in this game is, I thought they were fine. Like, someone mentioned Dark Souls earlier, and that's kind of how it felt to me. Is like you're fighting the original Silent Hill 2 bosses, like the Flesh Lips, for example. You fight them on the ceiling like normal. I noticed you could shoot his hands and he'll fall off. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of different. I never could do that before. Then he turns into this weird box spider. Then he starts walking on the ground and trying to like tackle you. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, this is different, but it's fascinating to me because there was never boss phases for that like type of boss. It was like 2 of them. They try to grab you and choke you out. That's it. It was not any spectacle there with them in the original, and I'm gonna be honest, I kind of dig that a little bit more this time around because it makes them a bit more engaging. Like Abstract Daddy being mostly in a, I want to say like a 2 centimeter size room. You got a shotgun, you just shoot him a couple of times, he's dead. Whereas in this one, it's a giant chase sequence. I was scared out of my fucking life. It was kind of crazy how he was just coming after you and he started getting on his hind legs and moving faster. That's where I think them trying to have a dodge button accommodated this game, because the boss battles are like so much better compared to how they used to be. But I guess we'll see. I wasn't really, the only boss I kind of felt was a little bit was the final boss, Maria, because I just felt like what they did was you beat her, and then the second segment is she turns into another bed spider, kind of similar to the Flesh Lips, except this time she has a couple of more grabs. That was it. But overall, though, I really liked a good majority of them, and I felt like they were damn sure engaging. My favorite is obviously the 2 pyramid heads, because I went into that room and I thought to myself this was going to be a breeze, and it turns out I was horribly mistaken. When I got into that fight, I was just like, okay, this is really hard. They're kicking my ass. Wow, okay. And I have no great knife combo spam against a wall to really kill them like I did in the original, so this is kind of taxing, but I liked it overall. I'm gonna move my turn to Bane. Bane, what did you think about the boss fights, and any other comments on lingering enemies?
Yeah, I basically am kind of repeating what you said here. Yeah, some of these boss fights are amazing. The Abstract Daddy chase is fucking haunting. Especially, again, the context of that character makes it even more terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's a great person. Like a lot of this game, like my praise of this game is it takes what we know from the past and adapts it in a way that doesn't feel like insulting, especially. Like, that was the thing I was worried about, because you can do a remake that feels insulting. And this is one that actually hits a lot of those boss fights. Again, the Maria one is probably the one I would say is the weakest, because again, it's kind of Flesh Lips fight. but I also don't hate it because the original version was kind of also a flesh lips fight in a way. I really like what we got here, is what I'm saying. I like some of the new variations. Some of them, the one that just fucking explodes when it dies, is annoying, and I hope it suffers in whatever hell it's going to. But I really like it. Also, yeah, the mannequins are devilish little tricksters, and they're fucking awful. I hate them. But yeah, I really liked it. That's my take.
They are the worst enemy to deal with in the game. I cannot stand them because I just feel like I just want to add on, like, when you are fighting the mannequin and they kick you and for some reason you think to yourself, I dodged it. I just keep thinking to myself, how did I get hit? I'm doing something wrong. But
And
no,
they do way more damage than you expect, I feel like.
yeah, in hard mode, I got kicked 3 times and I died. It was over.
Yeah.
So they are the worst enemy to deal with in the game, bar none. But Slash, how about you? What do you think of the bosses and any lingering thoughts on the enemy in Silent Hill 2 Remake?
Yeah, well, damn, caught me off guard there. Well, the boss fights I thought were really fun for me, because again, first time really going through the boss fights. I have to say that my favorite was, honest to God, this might sound cliche because, oh, you're just saying it because it's the most famous character from Silent Hill 2, but the first Pyramid Head boss fight was genuinely my favorite, because I did not know going into the boss fight that it was on a timer. And so I had no idea what to do. I think on the Discord, right before I went in, I just kept saying, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? And it was like, it was such a blur because the music is just all pounding in your ears if you're playing with headphones, which for some reason I did. Biggest mistake
Same.
of my life. Do not recommend it.
It's great that way, though.
It is great that way. It makes it more immersive, but God, it makes some of the larger scares even worse than they would be. And then finding out that after shooting him after a while, oh no, now he's faster. Which was the scariest part, because I did not know he was actually capable of moving faster than a grandma in a Walmart parking lot, but we won't get by on how I know about that. But after a while, I felt like the game was really throwing everything it had at me with the enemy variety, which segues me into the enemies. I felt like the enemies were not the greatest set of enemies. I feel like the game has its own problem that Resident Evil 7 suffered, and it was like 3 enemy types. You only had relatively 3 enemy types, or 4, along with boss battles. You have the fleshlings, then you have the nurses, and then you have the mannequins. I'm probably forgetting one. The Flesh Lips boss fight, I was honestly expecting something more, because it was just it's just a box. Now, of course, that boss fight does get a little more interesting when the Flesh Lip finally drops down and reveals its full self. But it kind of reminded me of, if anyone remembers, the section to Resident Evil 2's remake, Birkin Phase 2, or Birkin Stage 2, the first phase of Birkin Stage 2's boss fight.
Yeah, when he's smashing through the ceiling. Yeah.
When he's smashing through the ceiling. I felt like it was an overextended version of that, and it was honestly kind of annoying as well. So I think that would make it the weaker boss fight for me, in all honesty, because it's just boring compared to what I thought I had in mind, because they build the tension up in that scene really well. From right after Pyramid Head just goozles you around the neck, tossing you down an elevator shaft, scared the bejesus out of me. Holy hell. All the way to, building up Laura, locking James in the room with the flesh lip, and James kind of being like, oh god no, please, there's something in here, let me out, you little brat. But of course it falls on deaf ears. I guess, me being me, I expected something more visceral. And I mean, I get it. I get the idea of the flesh lip. I just didn't think it was all that well made as a boss fight, in my opinion. I thought Maria's boss fight was honestly a better version of it. That might be sacrilege, but I don't care. And I think whoever said that kind of after a certain point, it's like some of the enemy placements don't make sense. I also felt that, like, why are there nurses in Lakeview Hotel? Like, it just didn't make a lot of sense for me. But I guess some of my enemy variety, my enemy answers would come more later, especially due to like the thematic tying of certain types of enemies and everything. So I don't want to dwell too long on this question, because I don't want to exhaust my energy on a question that I don't really have much to say.
That's fine. Yeet, it is your turn. What do you think of the boss battles, and any thoughts on the lingering enemies?
I'll just say, to piggyback off of what Slash just said about like the enemies in like Lakeview, I honestly understood it, because it's like, I thought it was supposed to be like, oh, like it's everything coming together. It's like, oh, the nurses, the mannequins, the flesh, everyone's here because it's like where everything's gonna go down. So I can understand that. I understand like why it would happen for that reason. For the bosses, I don't really have much to say that's not what's already been said. I will say that think the inclusions to the final boss is interesting, and I think it's good. I don't really know what to say that has already been said, but I will say something actually I really liked about the pyramid fight is that, compared to OG, like as you're like you notice where the room is where you find them in the original, but like as you're going around the apartments, you can look down and see the door. So I like to have in the back of my mind, oh, that's gonna be the exit. That's where the fight's gonna be as you're going through like the otherworld apartments. I'll talk for the abstract daddy. As I already said, it's just like that you're going like a chase scene, but I also liked that like the story, like it tells now you could say, oh, it's the apartment now, it's getting shattered, and like the safe space, and how it's everything's going to shit. And I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but after spoilers for the Silent Hill 2, which has been out for a week in the show, but also like the original story has been out for years. That after the tape, enemies just kaput, which I found really interesting, which I should have mentioned in combat, but I just found it thematically.
True.
All right,
But,
so you're finished? You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure, because for some reason you cut out for me. All right, Mordecai, do you have any thoughts on the bosses? Did you go yet?
I mean, like I said, I think y'all got it right. But Eddie's did fill out of place, because I mean, I did remember it wrong, like I said earlier. But I feel like he should have been in the prison, because his story is about running away from the cops after what he did, basically, and that's how he ended up in Silent Hill. So why is he not in the fucking prison? Also, his fight location looks like it would work with the prison to a degree, even though it's like a technically it's like visually it looks like it, even though it's like storage like meat locker. So technically that doesn't really work for a prison. But I feel like his did feel out of place and so much later than the prison area, so it's just kind of weird. However, his boss fight is one of the ones that is the most improved from the original, because the original, it was the most awkward shit of like two dudes just like running back and forth in this room shooting at each other. And it was so awkward. But and you could see him pretty well in the original, I'd say. I liked how much harder it was to see him in this one, and that they had the bodies. Obviously, they're supposed to be the shape of his body to represent his dysphoria of his own self because of being bullied so much about it. And they have them start moving around, and they have them move a lot when he runs into them, but they move in the same kind of side to side manner that he does. Like, excellent work on that. I think that was a really good way. His was, it wasn't like the hardest, but it was one of the harder ones because of that element. I think I found most of them to be pretty easy. I was just like oftentimes doing the Dark Souls method of like, I'll go in and I'll work through as much of the boss fight as I can to get a feel for like what they're doing, what their tactic is, what their second phase or third phase, if they even have that, is. And then I'll just reset and go through and, you know, do my own like opposite tactic to work for that, so that I don't lose too much health and ammo. Obviously that's a little like cheap skatey ass way that I like to do things, but that sometimes that's more fun for me to like just get a feel for things. Angela's, though, was my favorite boss fight, just like everybody said. It was one of the ones that felt a lot scarier. The change in her world was a lot more like original Silent Hill just in general for the whole series, with the stretched out skin. The horrificness of her own story. I think she probably, out of this game in particular, has the saddest backstory. I don't know if it's just me relating from growing up female or what, but it definitely was something that I could have a great understanding of. And also, I've heard people say before, when they first played the game back in the day, because they were like a teenager, they didn't understand the vagueness of her story and why she didn't like James right away. But I also played the game around being like 14, and I understood right away, because I just know how it is for women and girls, you know, like when you're growing up with men oftentimes. So hers was something that I could have a lot more understanding for, despite the vagueness. But they decided to, again, like I was saying earlier, tell a little bit more of her story, and I think it actually wasn't too much, but it really cemented it in place with the design of the boss, and I felt like that was a perfect realization for anybody that wasn't getting it yet. The horrificness already of when you were seeing the back room that she used to hide in, clearly with like dolls, so you get this feeling of she looks like she's matured past being a teenager, but she talks almost like a little girl. Like, there's these weird elements that are out of place. She doesn't want men touching her. She's covered her entire body. And then obviously the boss fight, the terror of being chased down like that, and him sounding drunk, and then it looks like two figures on top of each other and everything, the abstract daddy. Very good design for that. Even though once you get a handle on him and you just run him in circles and he's not hard anymore, I think he was one of the best designs. Like I said earlier, I was not happy with the fact that James didn't have that moment of realization with Eddie, that was the first time that he had to actually kill a human in Silent Hill. I did want to ask you guys, this is my last bit to this, but I did want to ask you guys what you thought of Angela's line in the last scene that you see her, when you're on the stairs with her and everything's on fire. And she says that Silent Hill looks like this to her. She said, this is what it looks like to me all the time. Like, everything's on fire all the time. Also, if you don't know, fun fact, I'm not sure if it's this way anymore, but it did used to be that the original Silent Hill, like the one in the US, there's a place called Silent Hill, I think, that it's like, it's an old like coal mine town or something. What? And there's like this natural gas.
Yeah, so I can explain that one. So
yeah, I was gonna say, but this town is like eternally on fire. It's a real place. So, but I didn't. Yeah, with Angela having that, I thought that was kind of a funny, almost like an Easter egg to real life.
Yeah, so the place you're talking about is Centralia, Pennsylvania, and that's where the coal mine is still technically on fire, and I think there's only like 10 people who still live there.
Oh, yeah, it's not many.
Yeah, it the film actually kind of uses that a lot more for its portrayal of like the city, because that's kind of why it's ashy in the movie.
Mm.
Yes. But Centralia has kind of like a little bit of reference to the game. Like the game's referenced it a tiny bit, but the movie like heavily is referencing it.
Now, that is the weird thing. I played all the Silent Hill games, but I've never seen the movies.
The first one's pretty good.
Yeah. What was
There's
that? I
two.
feel like there was something else.
Do not watch Revelation.
Yeah. Wait a second. There was something. I feel like there was something else I was going to say that was important. Oh, well, I guess I forgot.
All right.
But yeah, I just found that interesting, that scene with her where everything's on fire and she said, "This is how it looks for me all the time." Oh, now I remember. What you did mention that there were nurses in the hotel, and that was, I felt like they were out of place, but then I remembered that later on I did realize you're right. It is everything coming to a close, because each place is kind of supposed to represent each of the characters in a way, like their versions, and James going through that and his own like past being kind of him understanding them and working through his own stuff, but the hotel being his ultimate, like Lakeview Hotel being his ultimate moment of everything coming together for him. So the nurses do make sense there, like all the enemies being there. Also the walls, paper, and everything being burnt up and it's bubbled and everything like that. I worked a long time as part of theater, doing like all their art department and making all of their sets and everything. I was hired as a painter, but I did like all the wood and steel working, and we used to do destruction. And I think where we make everything look like it's been destroyed or it's aged, like, but it's like styrofoam, but we end up making it look like aged concrete pillars or something, And I think they did an excellent job, I will say, in the graphics in this game, showing stuff like old chipped paint on the walls and the way that an oil painting bubbles up like that when it's burned. Like, I do think they did a fantastic job on that graphically, and all the reflections of water, because that is something that's really hard to do with the amount that they had. But that's all for me. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. So we're gonna move on to question number 4. What is your thought process on Bloober Team's approach to the general story and the characters this time around in Silent Hill 2 Remake? We will go with Bane first.
I think they really nailed it. Okay, I was checking to make sure I was unmuted. Sorry. I really think they nailed it this time. Again, I was really nervous of Bloober Team because the medium and Blair Witch especially, also like that one is kind of embarrassing when it comes to its storytelling, if I'm going to be 100% honest. But they really did nail it. I was worried about Angela. I think that her story gets told very well. Again, it's hard telling a story about, sexual abuse and getting it right. And again, Bloober has failed this before. I'm looking at the track record and I was a little nervous. But they actually kind of threaded the needle and really told Angela's story very well, told Eddie's story incredibly well too. I think the only one I'm kind of iffy on, and admittedly I don't really like, I'm not really great on her character in general, is Laura, but it's hard to do a kid character in anything, really, I feel. I think they pretty much threaded the needle, though, and when we get to another question later, I want to talk about some additions they've done, where I was like, oh, okay, they pulled that off. That's kind of clever. But that's kind of an ending talk part, so that's kind of all I got to say there.
Okay, I'll go really quickly because I have a bit to say, but not too much, because in my personal opinion, the story of this game is more or less like nearly 1-for-1 in every area. If you played the original Silent Hill, this is kind of close to the chest with the story and presentation. They do add in a few things that we'll talk about in later questions, but for the most part, it is very reminiscent of the original with a few key, I want to say exceptions, maybe some twists and turns within the story, some additional context, which I noticed again in Heaven's Night, where they touched up on James's alcoholism a little bit more, and I thought that was like really nice because it's better than being a note in the original game and not having any other context to it of the sort. So them actually saying, if this guy drinks, he's kind of afraid what he's going to do and give in to temptation despite looking for Mary, it really showed this other side to James where it's probably not any good vices about him if he gives into the devil's drink. So I appreciated that, the little nuances of what will happen with the obvious manifestations and the things that he wanted coming into clear view. Some of the things with the patients and the notes in the hospital, people being utterly batshit insane. Some of the stuff they expanded there with the patients being tortured was also just disturbing as well, and them doing like more of it and making it more obvious was kind of creepy in my opinion. Them telling you, oh, look behind you, or notes sprinkled about of patients being doused in very nasty things is creepy. So I think it added to the atmosphere and things of that nature. I think the only issue I have personally is probably some of the bits we talked about earlier where there are attempts in this game that was made in certain scenes where they try to make it a little bit more realistic. What I mean is, like, when James kills Eddie and it's just like Eddie's just dead, stone cold, and he doesn't say, oh, I killed a human, or in the elevator where James just doesn't say anything or scream when Maria's like getting skewered. I didn't like that because I felt like human condition, probably you'd be freaking the fuck out in that scene. So that's kind of like those few exceptions to the rule where I prefer the original scenes a little bit more, because it dragged out that character of, oh my god, I did something wrong, or oh my god, this person that I care for this entire time, this companion, might die. And that's the only little subtle things I don't like. I kind of get why they were going for realism though, with certain scenes like this, but I kind of just wish there was more emotion dragged out in those particular bits, because I think Luke Roberts was, you know, he was probably one of the best like actors in this game. No slight to anyone else, but he totally understood the assignment of James, got the nuances down. If anyone told me like, hey, have you thought about someone replacing like a Guy Seehee, or at least being on par, then this guy is definitely a good pick, because I just think that I resonated with his nuances a lot in this game. They really caught that in a bottle and stuck with it, which I really preferred and enjoyed. But Shadow wants to go next, so I will let him go next.
Yeah, just to base off that, like, I think overall for everyone, like, everyone was at least fine, if not better. And I will say, I actually think Eddie might have been MVP potentially. Like, he came across as legitimately unsettling at times, and not just because of his really terrible trigger safety, which was very uncomfortable. But you know, I'm just like, obviously his transformation from the start, the beginning, and just like his little giggle to himself when you first meet him down the prison, like, that's legitimately unsettling. And I think they did a really super job with that. I will say for James, like, it was a bit hit and miss in a way. I think overall solid. I think there was a lot of very nice kind of little micro kind of little things that he was doing. You know, occasionally just, you know, it's like this little staring off to the distance, little kind of trembling of the mouth here and there, which all felt pretty on the mark, you know, and kind of spoke to a man in deep inner conflict. But there was definitely also a couple of scenes where I didn't think the reaction was right. You know, and obviously like the elevator one specifically comes to mind. You know, and especially comparing that to the original game where it's like a really panicky scene, the camera's going everywhere, there's a lot happening, but he just kind of like just doesn't really react at all, which is a bit bizarre. And also when you first meet Pyramid Head, you know, it's quite a kind of a panicky scene, but he seems to take it incredibly well composed considering what he's about witnessing. He just kind of like, again, in the original, he's like just absolutely empties the clip into Pyramid Head, but here he just like just fires a few times and just like, okay, he's walked away. That's cool. So I felt that was a little out of place on occasion, but you know, it comes down, that's down to the. It's not the actor's fault. It's not the guy doing it. I think that's the direction has been given to him to take, and I think there was occasionally it was a miss there, but that's it. The other one I will say is Maria. Of course, the only person to get a kind of a more remodeling and remaking the game, and I think they did a really good job of her. You know, like if anyone I think needed kind of an update for a 21st century audience, it was her. I never really particularly liked the Christina Aguilera outfit, anyways. I'm glad they at least referenced it. But I think
How dare you?
I just never liked it. But I think you know, kind of how they brought her across into the new game, kind of just the general design on that. I think they did a really really good job with that. You know, and that's where you have to be willing to give the developers some artistic license, and that was a place where I thought they did a really good job of that.
YEET, what did you think about the story characterization of Silent Hill 2 Remake?
I think it was really good. One thing that stood out to me immediately was how at the beginning there was, at least maybe I'm not misremembering, but it felt like there was more emphasis on getting to know the town first before you go to the apartments. So it felt like there was a lead for like personality, and it felt like, oh, before we get into like all the like super stuff with James, Angela, and Eddie, we get to see what the town is. And when you hear like the siren go off and like everything goes crazy and the static's like everywhere, and then I just booked it to the apartments, and that was a really cool moment. I liked the puzzles and in the beginning too with the music track, and I liked going around town to get the parts for that. Leaving the apartments and then doing that was all good. Although I'm curious, did you? I don't know if it's mandatory, but do you have to go to the park to get the statue cutscene?
I believe so, because it happens. I know it's new, but I think you do have to go there as mandatory.
I'm curious how much of that is mandatory, because it felt like you could go all the way around, but I wasn't entirely sure. So I don't know how that would
Sure,
change, or if that adds to the Maria ending.
Pretty sure it's mandatory, especially given the way the game kind of like does railroad you a little bit. It might not seem it at times, but you know, sometimes, especially with items, there are a few fetch quests on about. I'm pretty sure it's mandatory.
But the hospital was good. Like everything was good. I'm just trying to think about the new additions, because like the old stuff, like we already know about. I'm just trying to think about.
Yeah, I think she forces James to go before you go to the hospital. It's one of those things where I kind of wish it was mandatory, because it would be like, oh, well, if you decide to go with her or not, that is leading to the Maria ending. I'll talk more about endings, because I know there's like a weird segment at the end of the game with the Pyramid Head eggs that I want to talk about. But do you have anything else to say on the story?
The thing is, it's kind of hard to say, because how much did Bloober Team change, like, when it came to the story? Because, like, we know they, like, are in charge of it, but, like, how much was them and how much was, like, Konami is what I'm trying to think.
As far as I know, there is articles out there, and you can take this for what you will, but Konami literally says this, and I quote, they said, if we were the ones to remake this game probably would have been way more altered than it was now. So to me, that says the entire game probably would have been changed from top to bottom if it wasn't for Bloober Team, which they kind of said, okay, we're doing it. The main thing people are familiar with is the story, and we don't want to change it. So they mostly kept it similar, the same, and they had some new additions here or there, but nothing really too out of place, I want to say, in terms of like adding a completely new subplot or a completely new character, anything like that. Konami wanted to do stuff like that, and I guess maybe they were just ultimately fine with Bloober's decision because they were kind of like, okay, let's just see what they do, and some of the previews turned out well, so they just kind of left them alone. But yes, they did say this: if we did it, it's going to be completely different. So yeah, I just think they added in a few new little things, and then everything else is relatively similar. I know Heaven's Night, that scene was not there before. A couple of other scenes was like Angela in the park. I think that did not happen in the original whatsoever. That's completely new. Where she says, "Don't touch me." Yeah, that was never in the original. Yeah.
There's some scenes that are kind of like that with her, but not that one. But the Heaven's Night scene is very similar to Silent Hill Shattered Memories. That's one of the ones that made me immediately think that they took some inspiration from that game.
But Mordecai, it is your turn. Do you have any thoughts on the story?
Mostly, I mean, I think it's pretty similar to what y'all said. I think there were a lot of good changes. I think I did like a lot of like the stuff that they added to it. I wish again it was slightly more vague so that they'd be encouraging more playthroughs and then you learn more on different playthroughs. But it is like Shade was saying, very railroady hallway simulator. The voice actor changes though I really did like. They weren't super different from the original. They stuck to the awkwardness of somebody meeting a new person, and everybody that you meet has mental illness basically, so they don't act normal around other people in general anyway when it comes to being forced into an uncomfortable situation. And they're also in fucking Silent Hill, so they're not comfortable at any point. And what was it? Oh, the characters' ages. The way that they looked, I felt like they looked a lot more like the ages that they're kind of supposed to be. And obviously, Angela's supposed to be one of those people that has had to mature past her own age and mature quickly in her life because of how she grew up. I think they did a good job with that. What is it? There were a couple other people. I think Eddie was another one. Laura. James was pretty similar, but like the facial hair, what is it called? Like a 5 o'clock shadow, but like a stubble. Like I felt like a lot of that looked a lot more natural on them. Obviously, they couldn't show everything, but they did look a little plastic mannequin-y in the original. Like I said earlier, I felt like he was a little too blonde, which kind of you don't see nowadays, at least on men. Typically, men that are born with like really blonde hair kind of like usually go bald by his age, which I can't remember what James's age is, but he looks like he's almost 50, maybe.
In the original, he was supposed to be 28, I think.
See, which that's fucking crazy. But I don't know. My family all looks really young for their age, so I couldn't say. My grandpa was like in his like mid 70s when he passed, and he had a full head of hair with like no silver in it and beard. So I don't. So like I do have trouble with ages, but James does look older, but also he's lived the past 3 years with a lot of stress from his wife dying. And I don't know, is it depending on your ending? Because I don't remember in the original game that he said that he killed his wife or anything, but that's the ending I got.
Oh, he did. He definitely.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, I don't remember. I thought it was like an implied thing. I thought his like big sin was that he just cheated on her, which was multiple times. But like, I couldn't remember if he really killed her, if it was implied. Him just straight up saying it, I was like, oh.
Yeah, he
like, damn.
100% does. there is an ending in this game, which the new one, where he doesn't actually ever realize it because he kind of fools himself into never realizing
Is
it.
that
but
the bliss one or something? We probably shouldn't talk about endings until later necessarily. I did want to ask which ones y'all got because I got the leave ending, which
That's
wasn't what I was going for. But
Probably best for the next question, honestly.
yeah, okay, good. I won't say any much there. Too bad you can't get the dog and UFO endings in your first playthrough, but so I doubt anybody got that. What was it? I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh, Eddie, he looked more like his age, looking kind of like an old guy that is, even though he's supposed to be like what, mid-20s or something, I think, in the game, but like somebody that's held on to his childhood because has like an arrested development problem because he's stuck in like high school, but because of being like bullied so much kind of deal. I think Laura's height makes more sense for her character. I was always really confused about her when I was a kid playing it. I was like, how fucking old is she? She like always like her height looked kind of off, but at the same time, kids can grow at different heights. But everybody looked pretty accurate, and I did like that change. I don't feel like there was any awkward acting in it necessarily, other than what the characters were supposed to be. But like you had said, James not really reacting in the elevator like he did before was odd. And there was another one I felt like, oh, I had already said it. It's just where he didn't acknowledge that Eddie was the first human he killed. That was pretty much it for me. Talking about that approach, I think I've already said probably plenty on how I felt about their approach to the story. The hospital being so huge, though, I think what made it not such a slog to go through so much, even though it's like similar rooms, was the different notes, the different methods of what had gone on with the patients. That did make it more interesting, and how much it changed as it went on to the Otherworld version. As well as I'm disabled, so I actually do know a lot of history of how disabled people have been treated in hospitals throughout history. So it was cool to see that kind of represented in the game and represented more accurately. I think that was a cool bit to add. That's not like super different from the original, but definitely I think they did a pretty damn good job with it in this one. I liked their additions that they made in this game.
All right, so we're gonna move on to this weird theory that I've noticed with this game, and it's, I quote, there's a new theory going around about James being stuck in a time loop. This is seen when you pick up older versions of the original map from Silent Hill 2, the OG, and it's also apparent when you see things like Pyramid Head possibly killing James with a huge great knife scar in the closet in the other world. This happens when James like kind of hid in there and you see the knife scar afterwards. What are your thoughts on this theory? Do you believe it or not? And we will go with Shadow first.
Kind of worrying you're going to go to me first. Sorry to put a bit of a kibosh down here. I think this is a load of rubbish.
Explain.
I think what this is, and I talked about this earlier, is that there is a significant issue with this game in that there's no story to talk about because it's already been talked about for 2 decades. Everyone has already explored it in such incredible, huge detail that there's just nothing left to be talked about anymore. So I sadly think that this is a product of that, of people really wanting to kind of talk about the game, but not really having a whole lot to talk about because we already know everything that happens, and kind of like looking for something to kind of grasp straws at a little bit. And I think that's what this is. This is just a bit of a grasping of straws. Like, I don't believe that this is something that is realistically, if it's a thing, I hardly see it being canon. I, quite frankly, don't really believe it's something that Bloober Team would be honestly sophisticated enough to kind of weave into the story of this game and retain the original. Sorry, Bloober Team, that's kind of just how I feel about you guys. Like, I think it's loose at best. I can sort of see the bits and pieces, but I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, you know, obviously some of the looking back the old things, it's just a kind of a nice nod to some of the old stuff here. and whatever else, and maybe a couple of the endings they play around with, they extended on. I think this is just really loose straw grasping, quite frankly. I don't think it's anything else. It's people wanting it to be real because it's kind of a cool thing to talk about, but I don't believe any of it. I'm sorry.
All right, let me give my thoughts on this. So all right, I feel like when it comes to Silent Hill, I'm going to be quite honest. I'm going to be real with you. This franchise is kind of built on theories at this point. It's just no escaping this idea. It's something that the developers like to do. So because of this, there's going to be rampant speculation no matter what they do. It does not matter at this rate. They have a Silent Hill ARG, which is made to be a mini game to speculate on what's going to happen with Silent Hill stuff, and people look into this thing every day. We have seen the blue box controversy thing that happened, and that this was blown out of proportion. So there is fans that will blow things out of proportion. I do understand that, but I also feel this is too intrinsically linked into the series to really ignore it at this rate. That being said, I feel like it's a combination of, because they did not commit to this. I think it would have been cooler if they did like an ending where maybe they could have teased it and it's just an ending. It doesn't really lead to anything. The fact that they took out the line where James says something in response to Angela, where it's like, oh, would you unalive yourself or something like that? He says, I would never do it. I believe they wanted to make the endings a lot more ambiguous due to that. And it's like, oh, well, you in water, or whether it's leave or things like that. Because they took that out, it makes it a little bit more ambiguous. But they could have maybe toyed around with an ending like that. Whether it would have been good or not remains to be seen. And the other thing is that I believe they wanted to probably show more of a manifestation of what's going on in Silent Hill, because I mean, you look at the guy on the ground when you pass through, and I do think that Dan Allen made a really great video when he tried to explain this theory. They're all James, all of them, even the ones where Eddie kills them. They were like that in the original too. So I just believe that they tried to do this whole manifestation of what would happen if James failed, and they kind of tried to bring that into the story in a large degree, which is why they said this in the original. The guy sitting in the chair is James, and he has a rag over his face now in this one, but that's him. You can tell he's still wearing his clothes, and you can see it. So they just tried to make this a lot more frantic and tease the idea of maybe if James failed, this is the end result. Him dying in the closet, him dying on the streets, and leaving the older note from Silent Hill 2 OG. Also, with the fact that you see his bodies everywhere, Eddie just gets, he shoots a version of James in the meat locker. So that's is something I believe he could have failed at any moment, and it's like a warning almost of the town saying you could die here. That's what I think that theory is, and that's kind of what I would stick to. But I would say if they managed to do this right, I wouldn't be too mad. If it was an ending, I'd be cool with it. But if they didn't do that, that is their decision, and I guess I have to roll with it. And that's kind of what I think on this. No, Slash, you were last on this question, I believe, and the story question as well, so I guess you can answer that.
All right, I was about to say I've been doing school homework while we've been going through the podcast as well, so
no, I just wanted to interject and get that in.
Yeah, because I didn't get to the question on the thought process on Bloober's approach to the general story and characters.
No, go ahead. You can answer that and this one as well.
Yeah, we'll double it. We'll double it. Might have to do some editing, but my thought process on the entire approach to the general story and characters I felt like they did a really exceptional job. It kind of leans back into my worries about them doing it because knowing their past, you know, with dealing with Blair Witch and the Medium, I didn't know if they would handle such extreme topics compared to what they were dealing with in the previous games that they've done. Especially Blair Witch, because Blair Witch does have a similar murder trauma story to it that just doesn't go anywhere. Like, it gets mentioned and it just it completely farts the bed, essentially. I don't want to swear too much on this podcast, so yeah. But I felt like the game itself, the characters were a lot. Everything in the game was throwing me for a loop. Because again, first time really playing Silent Hill 2. So when I thought I knew where the story was going, it completely whiplashed me. I know that throughout the entire first section of the game, I had thought that the entire town was how people saw it. Like, everyone saw the town in a completely different way. Something similar to
It is basically, but not too different necessarily.
yeah, but I think it was like, I think my thought process was it's entirely different to everyone who sees it. I thought
It's
that
like
was
their
my
personal hell or purgatory, yeah. But it's still like there's some essential things like the Alchemilla Hospital is always there, but the hospital on the inside is different, and the location of it within the town is different. It's kind of like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then by the time that I got to, you know, how certain characters saw it, I was like, oh, like, okay, so people are seeing the same things sometimes. It's like their worlds are crossing over. I felt like a few characters weren't too integral. Honest to God, after a while, I forgot about Eddie until he showed up again.
Yeah, that's how I felt like his boss fight was kind of. It is in the same place that it is in the original game, but it just feels out of place because it's so much later.
I just think he's not in the game for a significant deal, and because you jump from one entire area to the next, you don't have a lot of time with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he
So-
comes at the end of at the end of Woodside. Really, he comes like right near the end, right before you get into the other world.
Also, Slash, I was gonna let you know, in Silent Hill 3, I think it is, there is a character. So, in terms of people seeing the same stuff, the monsters all look different to each other usually. It's more like their like guilt or sin essentially. And there's even a character, I believe it's in 3, that tells the main character, they're like, "Oh, these look like monsters to you?" So like it might look like normal people to some people in it even.
Oh yeah, that was Vincent. Although he might
It is Vincent,
he
okay.
might just be pure fucking with Heather at that point, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, Vincent's a fucking yeah. Vincent's part of the cult. Also, that James's corpse that you see in game, it is in the original game as well. They used his actual character model as in-game model. And in Silent Hill 3, when you reach the apartment as the main character, her father is in the same position and looks the same way, but it's not really like his face isn't visible, but he looks exactly like pretty much like James, or is it like Silent Hill 1 character? And he's also dead in a chair in front of a TV, but it's thought to be the cult that has killed him. So I don't know if it's supposed to be that you lose the fight with Eddie, or if it is that it's the cult of Silent Hill.
No,
Because they are involved in most of the games, but they're probably the least involved in Silent Hill 2.
Hill 2 is separate in ways. 1 and 3 are tied because of storyline. 2's kind of its
Yeah.
own separate thing, so I wouldn't look into that too much.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
there's a side question I want to mention for that, but no, I don't believe that. I believe that they wanted to do the whole, they wanted to manifest what would happen if James failed, hence why there's like multiple bodies, and it's convenient why Eddie is like shooting the James bodies on the floor, and then you go into the door and immediately there's the boss fight. It's symbolism. It's the only way I could describe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that also lent itself into my early theories of a time loop, because one of our good friends in the Discord actually opened up to me about something with the original game and this game being a Final Fantasy VII situation of the remakes, where the remakes are pseudo sequels, where he said that like there's evidence to support that Silent Hill 2 of 2001, its canon ending is in water, but the remake is the town reviving James so he can get over his guilt, which it lends itself into some really interesting things, because the glimpses of the past, why would those be there if there isn't some sort of time loop happening?
I did always
that
prefer
was-
the water ending myself, and that's what I was trying to go for in this version as well. So it's interesting that thought.
Yeah,
to change that.
I actually got in water in the remake.
Damn.
It depressed me for a couple days, honest to
Ooh.
God.
But doesn't it feel like the most canon to you, or did it make sense to the story, or no? What did you felt? Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. We should
saving
talk
all
about it
that
later.
for the endings because it is literally the next question.
I won't say anything then.
I want to talk about it because I have so many thoughts on it. It's like,
it's the next one.
I know, Ren.
You gotta hold it in.
I can't.
I'll be quick.
Okay, well, going back into the theory, I want to end it back on the theory of the time loop. It seems like a situation of there's a lot of evidence for it, there's a lot of evidence against it, and it lends itself to kind of Resident Evil 1996's canon ending or canon path. You decide what happens. And I feel like that's the best way to go about Silent Hill 2. It's not the best way to go about Silent Hill 1 or 3, because those are interconnected stories that have to have some sort of canon to them.
So it's a retcon, is what you're saying. It's a retcon.
Yeah, it's essentially a retcon.
Great.
So like you can decide the story for yourself, whether that's against the developer's wishes or not. I feel like that is kind of how the game is just gonna be naturally viewed from now on. So, yeah.
Bane, did you go on this loop question or no?
Let me. Am I muted? Let me really quick.
We can hear you.
Okay. I think I haven't. No, I haven't. I really like the concept of a time loop, but I also feel like you can look at the story in both ways. You can look at it as there's a time loop and get something from it. But you can also look as it's just like a, it's like maybe an alternate take on the story and get that version of it too,
I want to open this up to like just open panel really quickly because we're talking about the time loop and everything. What do you guys think of the memories as a mechanic in this game? Like, do you think do you like it or do you hate it that stuff is not in the same place anymore?
I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do like the idea that it's like they're callbacks to the original, but when like the first 10 of them that I got, I was like, what the fuck's happening? Because I couldn't tell what he was looking at half the time. So I was just like, why is he focusing on this? And I'm not getting anything. So I was like, they were confusing the way they went about it, but when I got what it was, I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty much. That's what I was gonna say. Like it's a cute touch. I appreciate it. They're kind of in a bit of a catch-22 because they can't really explain what it is. Because like if they do, that's kind of like breaking the immersion of the moment. So it just has to kind of be a thing like looking at like what is this until you start realizing what actually is going on. It's references to where stuff used to be back in the old game. But it's a cute little nod to that. But yeah, they kind of put themselves in a bit of a hole because like if they say, oh, well, this is where old stuff is, it kind of like takes you out of the moment a little bit. So it's like, what do you do?
It kind of just screwed with my expectations because when I saw the broken coin puzzle, I'm like, okay, cool, I can finally solve this thing. And then it was just like a still frame of the coin puzzle. I was like, wait, what's happening? I thought I was supposed to solve this thing already. I was like, oh. And then when I go to the rooftop and it's the slashed thing on the wall where James falls, I'm like, doesn't this happen a little bit after? Like, why am I seeing it now? Then I'm like, oh, okay, these are memories of the older games, and what they're doing is you progress further and stuff happens like a little bit differently. So when you go to the I think it's another inning of the rooftop where you go in there and you come out, Pyramid Head still grabs you, and then he tosses you to the floor instead of hitting James with his great knife. I was like, oh, it still happens, but in a different way.
Yeah. It kind of lends itself back into my theory about the time loop as well. Because I feel like with the glimpses of the past, it's almost a pseudo kind of like confirmation of it, because it's like, why would these glimpses of the past like almost bring out something in James that he's recognizing? It's very similar to we're going to change genres here. It's very similar to Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies. I did want to bring this up because there is a timeline loop going on in that game, but there are certain characters that are very aware of that time loop. But then certain characters eventually become aware of the time loop and try to break it. I feel like with the glimpses of the past, collecting them all could lead to James recognizing the time loop and will redirect his course of action to leaving Silent Hill with Laura instead of killing himself in the lake with burying himself in the lake with Mary's body. So I feel like that's kind of where I really like the glimpses of the past, because like it's really fun because they're not just nostalgic reminders to, hey, wink wink nudge nudge, you remember this, old fans? Like, yeah, I remember. But no, it's like it's actively playing into the story if this is what they were going for, is a time loop.
I just think this is too big an if. I just don't think Bloober Team have it in them to do this. I just don't. I don't have any pride to this. I just think it's people trying to fill gaps of stuff, which is admirable, but I just think it's too big an if.
It does. I guess I can understand why you feel that way. I guess I'm also like that they would do this because their Blair Witch game involved a time loop where the main character consistently goes back into the forest after to relieve himself of his trauma after trying to find a boy, finding out that boy was kidnapped by himself. Spoilers for a 5-year-old game. He's kidnapped by himself. He kills himself. He becomes that self, rinse and repeat until he breaks that cycle. So.
Interesting. I did not know they attempted this before, so that's kind of interesting actually. Unless they do like some I got his name wrong. Damn it. Donnie Darko style like writing for like I just forgot, the movie's like ancient to me. Unless they do some style writing like that, then I don't know. It depends, but it's just another Silent Hill theory at the end of the day. But it's a cool theory. I don't mind it per se, but I believe that the manifestation of James just like fucking up in certain places and also getting shot by Eddie like immediately after you like fight him, either before or after, that just makes more sense to me, honestly. But we're gonna move on to what everyone wants to talk about, which is the endings finally. So Bane, what is your take on the endings, especially the newer ones with Stillness and Bliss?
So the one that I got first was it was Leave, actually, which I was kind of surprised by because I didn't think I was going for Leave the way I was playing. But I've watched all the new ones. I really like Stillness. I think Stillness is a really good way to cap it off. Bliss is also very interesting and has a very intriguing implication for me, because admittedly I've only seen him on a super high, but it looks to me like he's getting a second go around. Like he's transported into the scene with Mary. Is that what you guys get from that scene?
I don't, because
I didn't watch either of the new ones for whatever reasons. I'm sorry.
Not what I got from it, no.
the requirement for it is drinking the White Claudia drug for it, then watching the videotape. And what will happen is, yeah, and I think what will happen is he will get teleported in there. Stillness, people said that's like in water 2.0, which I mean, I don't know. I guess you can say that. It's fine as I smack my keyboard. But I kind of liked what they were going for, because you can get a little bit of a glimpse of what Mary is saying to James in his head. It's like a manifestation there, where it's like he wants to go through with the ultimate sin, or the ultimate, like, you know, there's not any coming back from this whatsoever. And then she talks to him, and then he starts like breaking down. It really kind of just like showcases the acting like a lot better than the regular In Water ending, where he just like sort of does it and that's it.
Just like a picture.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
I don't know if this, because the Bliss ending itself is very interesting, which when it's my turn I will talk more about why I think it's interesting. But the new endings are really great additions, I think. So but I'll talk more on it when it's my turn. So
Bane, do you have any thoughts on any of the endings still, or is that it?
Oh, not really. I think they kind of nailed it. I like all the little additions they had in the old endings. There's some added lines and like some added angles to the cameras, especially in the In Water ending. I think they nailed it. I have a lot of love for this remake, I'd say, if I'm being honest. So I'll save my thoughts for later.
Okay, I'm gonna go next. One thing I'm kind of happy about, you know what, I'm gonna start this, and I think that everyone else should kind of do this, where it's like what ending that you get, and then going into the question. The ending I got was In Water, so that was I was trying to get leave, and then I realized that, oh shit, well, since Pyramid Head kind of kicked my ass for like the last hour or so, I think the requirement was low health, so I was low health going into, I think, Maria as well. That's why I got it. And I skipped like everything. I skipped the hallway conversation too, so that's kind of probably why I got it. But anyway, I like the pre-existing endings. I believe there's a few gripes I have. I wish James was a little bit more meaner in Maria, because I saw it and I was just kind of like, why is the line where he says you better do something about that cough is so casual now? I loved it in the original, where it's like, you better do something about that cough, and it's just like he's a lot more, it's going to repeat itself. You talk about a loop. History is going to repeat itself, and Maria is going to see the bottom end of a pillow. But
oh god, I was gonna say maybe they chose to make him cold, like he doesn't care, to be meaner than him actually being overtly almost abusive sounding.
Maybe, but it's kind of a preface to me, where it's, I just like where you can tell is going to happen again, because this is why he suffocated Murray the last time, and he's having that conversation. I hate you, and she's like, well, why are you still crying about it, and stuff like that. It's just like, you can tell it was a complete mercy killing, but he has not learned anything from the Maria ending, so I kind of just wanted it to stick the landing there. But everything else was fine. Also, the implication, I see people go into photo mode and do this. I have not done it, but in the beginning of the game they do acknowledge that it is Mary in the back seat of the car, because you see something draped in a blanket in the back seat, and it is a human body, a corpse, back there. So when he is doing in water, I believe he takes a glance back there for like a little bit, and then he focuses on the road ahead. And I was just like, oh, okay, they at least acknowledge it. So I'm like, this is a cool addition, because at first it was just kind of speculation until Ito said something, and now it's like canon in the game, which I really, really appreciate. I like that a lot. As for the go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say with the water, going off what you said, I also like the idea that he's trying to go with her, because that was his kind of thing about like worrying they're not gonna be wherever they go together almost. So the in water ending, having them go out together, even though technically she's already a corpse, I kind of like the idea of that. That's why that's my favorite ending. I can't believe you all got it and I got leave. Damn it, I checked on Maria too many times.
I have no idea. Like, this is the thing
That's
too.
the thing that it is. You have to be careful checking on Maria, and I checked on her twice, I think, and that fucked me over.
This is the thing too. I'm not sure if this was a case in the original. I probably have to look this up, but I did not know that the eggs you get factors into the ending this time around. Like, if you use the rusted egg, you'll get something. If you use the crimson egg, you'll get something. I was like, well, was that a thing in the original? Because I do not remember, but it is in the remake. So depending on if you use the crimson or old egg, it leads to whatever ending you get. I believe crimson will lead to in water if you use it, which is what I did.
No. Oh, I thought it was the other way around, where you use the rusted egg to either get in water or leaving, and the scarlet egg gives you Maria. That's what I thought. At least depending on what you did before, that's what they'll give you, but maybe that's where I fucked up.
I definitely know that crimson leads more to it, and I just sort of got it afterwards. I was like, what the, but yes. And there's also the old apples as well. Apparently, from what I was told, there's an old apple, there's an apple you get that's like normal. Doing this puzzle in a certain way and using whatever, it also leads to the ending, which I did not know. And I was just like, what the fuck? That stuff is fascinating and interesting at the same time, which I did not know. So the apples and the crimson eggs will lead to differing endings.
There could also be a ton of misinformation at this point as well. Let's not discount that as well. A lot of people with lots of thoughts being thrown around, and it might not all be true.
I've heard there's some things that affect it more than others, but they still hold true to the old game, where it's like how you treat James in terms of keeping him in bad health more constantly is going to most likely give you leave or water, and also how you treat Maria in terms of like not taking care of her when you're running around and shit, similar to Silent Hill 4.
Yeah, but as much as I mean, there is the giant guy with power picks that is out there now, and it is illustrated that some of these new items can lead to ending requirements, but mostly all of the other ones are the same after reading it today. So I just wanted to throw that out there. As for the rest, what do I think of the two new endings? Well, for the most part, stillness is fine. It is in water 2.0, but I'm not gonna like mitigate it or like try to downplay it or say I didn't like it. I did. It gave a little bit more emotion. It felt like a little bit more of an emotional push to do it in that ending as opposed to how it was originally, which I guess is fine. It makes sense for the context of that. As for Bliss, it's James, but he's high as fuck and he's inside of the VHS. I just think it's another example of an ending where he lives in delusion. He wants to act like nothing has ever happened. I mean, White Claudia is a delusional drug in the first place, which is what they tell you in the first Silent Hill. They say it is a drug that causes hallucinations and issues like that. And because he consumes it and takes the tape, it's like, well, everything's normal and it's fine. But then you see that final scene where he's gone. He's not in the chair anymore. It's like he's not even there. Which I like, that sort of dark implication that maybe like it took him somewhere else, or this event never happened, or it's all in your head. You never know. It's a lot of interpretations for that ending. and I kind of like that it stays there and it lingers there, and that's about it. They don't really say much after it happens, it just does. So
It's the end. It's ignorance is bliss kind of ending. Then
that's
sounds like.
that's a great way to put it. Ignorance is bliss. He's in this memory forever. Maybe he's dead. You don't know.
He's out of Silent Hill, maybe even.
Yeah. So I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool, and I'm hoping that if they do remake more, maybe put in more cool endings like that. I'm totally fine with them. But I want to go with Slash. What do you think on the endings so far?
Well, like I was saying, I got In Water earlier, and again, depressing. Genuinely felt like I lost sanity the whole time. Like, I felt like I lost my sanity the whole way through the game, in all honesty, but that ending just... I'm already a depressed person. I'm pretty much diagnosed with clinical depression, so it didn't help is all I'm saying. But and I'm keep in mind, this is a bit late. I'm under the impression of one playthrough while we've been through this podcast, but I have seen all of the endings. I went and looked. I have not looked up how to get these endings because I'm going to play through the game at least another 5 times or 6 times or however many endings there are to get all the endings.
See you next year.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, that's 8 playthroughs, I believe.
8 playthroughs. I will do it. I put 167 hours into Final Fantasy 16. I will gladly put another 167 into Silent Hill 2. But overall, I think the endings are really good. They fit narratively. Med asked me earlier what I thought about In Water narratively. I feel like In Water narrative makes the most sense out of any of the endings, in my opinion.
Yes.
But knowing the theory of the time loop, it changes the perspective. Now, In Water, it's a perfectly fine ending for it to be the ending of James, because naturally, it's something that happens every day to people. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate thing. And I felt like James's guilt the whole game was just too great to overcome at times. Which the time loop could help fix, that like his guilt is overcomable if he realizes it. But throughout the entire game, he's got these looks and everything that just suggest that he's done with it. He looks like he has bags under his eyes at certain points. His hair is disheveled. He's gruff. He's gone down a drain, essentially. Bliss itself, I feel like that lends itself to something I learned about Silent Hill 4. There is a photo of the lake of Silent Hill. And spoilers for anybody who hasn't played Silent Hill 4, if you don't want to be spoiled, do not listen, including anyone in this call right now. There is a line when you look at this photo of the Lake of Silent Hill where the character from Silent Hill 4 apparently says that Frank mentioned that his son and daughter-in-law went missing in Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Bliss is a potential footnote to that line in Silent Hill 4.
They do mention quite a few more things, I think, in this remake version that are in Silent Hill 4 than they did in the original, actually.
Yeah, from what I know, all of the games are referenced and built up to. Silent Hill 4's got a direct build-up with Walter Sullivan's grave, but that was in the original. That was in the original game.
That was an OG. But the new stuff like Silent Hill 1, you see the Gillespie house in one of the paintings. So it's a little cheeky nod, but it is there. And there's also the fact that if you go to Jack's Inn, there's one of the rooms you go into, James will say something like, I don't like the feeling of this place, we shouldn't be here. Maria says, oh, it's monsters outside, why are you so scared of this room? That is the exact, yeah, that 106, that is the exact same room that Heather goes to meet Douglas at the hotel at the end of Silent Hill in the game, for Silent Hill 3. And if you go back there in the other world, I went back there before, you will see a ripped painting, it's like wallpaper or paint on the wall. If you go in there and look at the bed, it is the symbol of the Order, which means, well, yeah, that's Silent Hill 3 stuff. The cult is there.
Nice.
I was gonna say when
nice...
I like that reference. It was pretty close. Like, oh, I see the cult did business here, which is, it makes sense because that's exactly what the priest, I forget his name, the creepy guy with the glasses, Vincent was doing operations there. So I was like, oh, that makes total sense.
There's also when Maria first says it in the remake where she's like, I don't know, like something about this freaks me out, and I just started laughing my ass off because I was like, you weren't uncomfortable with any of this before.
That's a reference to Born from a Wish, because that takes place in the Baldwin mansion, and when you go there, she will comment on it. James will ask, have you been here before? And she says something like, I don't know, which clearly says she has, with that subchapter that you play with her in the original game.
Yeah, it's just always funny to me when a Silent Hill character is like, no, we shouldn't go in there, this is creeping me out. And then I'm like, are you seeing what's behind you? Like where we came from, anything?
It's just a cheeky, like, it's just a cute reference to maybe things to come, because that's a later question with DLC cuts and all that. But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah. I felt like, going back to the new endings, I feel like Stillness was, I don't know, I feel like it would be the canon version of In Water, because I mean, it's the same ending, correct? Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's more or less the same. Some people pointed out that it's kind of, I don't know if this is looking too much into it. I think it's the same shit to me, but some people say, oh, it's raining in the Stillness ending and it's not raining in Water. I have no idea. To me, it's just like very similar, and James still like kind of rides himself off into the sunset anyway. In both endings, you hear the car go right into the water, so it's technically the same. It is the same.
Yeah, I feel like it's, that ending is like an extended version of In Water, that they kind of wanted to express James's delusions of hearing voices that aren't really there, such as, Mary's voice in the hallway near the end of the game. He's hearing a lot of things that aren't there, and his final act is to hear his wife justify what he's about to do to himself. It seems like he's completely fucking... I'm sorry. I'm trying to watch language on this one. I'm trying to. It's like he's completely broken. And at that point, he's conjured up his dead wife's body back to life to say, it's okay. It's okay. Like, I'm here. Like, we can finally be together forever and all that. And it just felt like UFO, that one, I don't know if the UFO ending is new compared to the original game with the clone
Maybe
idea.
It's changed.
Is the clone idea new?
I haven't watched the UFO in the remake. I thought you're just saying in general, is it new? And I'm like, absolutely not. It's great.
UFO was in the original as well.
Yeah, the dog and the UFO ones are so fucking funny.
Yeah, but I'm more talking about the content of those endings, because the remake reveals in the UFO ending, now it's a joke ending, but it does have the original James come down and kidnap the remake James. And then the original James turns around and goes, Mary?
I I think in the original it was the protagonist of Silent Hill 1 being there. It's been a long time since I seen it, but it's essentially him and an alien, and James gets like abducted by both of them. So I guess this one is kind of like we wanted to keep it where it's two clones, and we don't want to make any allusions to Silent Hill 1 right now.
Plus, if you already have a model that's close enough to the original, it would be so much easier to make like a slightly off model that looks more like the original to come down with the alien for a joke ending anyway.
Yeah.
Like imagine making an entire model of Silent Hill 1's protagonist like at the same level of detail just for that ending.
Yeah. I mean, it would be pretty funny, but I was also going to say, like, if you already have that model, James, I feel like you could pull a Resident Evil 2 and later just kind of release it for free as like a costume for James. As like a potential costume for James, like how the old 98 versions of Leon and Claire were released, those blocky PS1 models.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I think that's all I have to say on the endings, other than that the Maria ending is not canon. I don't like it. No!
I think that's just giving into Temptation 101, and I always thought it was like that.
I still don't like it. I
just don't like Maria in general. Apparently, just one quick thing before I let Mordecai go. She gets suffocated at one point if you don't help her. I forget where it is actually. It's when those legs try to suffocate you and you have to turn on the generator. You can let her get suffocated there, and when you try to open the door and she comes back, she will scold you for leaving her behind. And James like apologizes. So I didn't know there was like differing dialogue if someone gets like captured and squeezed by an enemy. I thought they usually just die and that's it. But no, apparently I found out that could happen. But Mordecai, what do you think of the endings so far?
I mean, I think you guys have all said pretty much the exact point. Great, like, just said great stuff in general for describing them and your feelings. I was most interested in this question and what you guys were gonna say, so I don't have much else. I got the leave ending, so I wasn't ecstatic because I was just like, James is kind of a piece of shit, and I want him to get the in water ending. But I don't think it's so bad that he leaves with Laura. There is kind of a sweetness to it, but I think it is kind of like it's Silent Hill's a melancholy game in general, but I feel like that one's just a little too chill. I wanted like the in water. I feel like amps it up and is like a good kind of climax to melancholy ending, in my opinion. But yeah, I'll probably play through it again on my own for like something like Stillness if it is the 2.0 version, because that is my favorite ending, just because I feel like it makes sense for it.
I also have to obtain these. I haven't seen Dog, and I haven't seen UFO, and I haven't seen Rebirth at all. I just randomly picked up some White Chrism, and I was like, oh, this is for Rebirth, so I guess I'm gonna be heading in that direction pretty soon. But Bane, I know you have to go, so you have to do outros.
Yes, really quick. I'll knock out my scare factor. I'd say it's about an 8. It gets me in a lot of moments, especially as fucking mannequins. Comparing this to the originals, the final one here, I would say it's a good experience if you can't get the original, which admittedly it's pretty easy to get the original if you got a PC that's even moderately decent. But if you play this, I don't think you're getting a bad experience. I really liked it. I'm gonna probably end up playing through to get at least a couple more endings before I take it off my hard drive, although there's a few other games coming out the end of this year that are kind of gonna hurt my hard drive if I don't do that. So yeah, if you want to find me on other platforms, I'm on Blue Sky, FUZHOU, and then just the extra Blue Sky stuff. Also, I do a podcast, which is a comedic news and interview podcast called Loud Equals Funny. You can check us out on all platforms, including YouTube. There's a website. It hasn't been updated in a while. Don't check it out until like a week or two after this. But loudequalsfunny.com is where you can also find me. Yeah, that's kind of all I got. Thank you, Ren. Thank you for having me.
No problem, Bane. See you later, and we will see you for the next discussion when we do survival horror.
Ooh, yes. All right, take it easy.
Take it easy. I switched around. You know, Bane gave me an idea. I switched around questions 7 and 8. I want to talk about this one first. So, scare factor of the game. What do you guys think about it? And I want to go with Shadow first.
Maybe I'm just old. Maybe I'm just cynical. I didn't really think the game was particularly scary, honestly. Again, it probably comes to the fact I know the source material. Again, because it's a game that has been so wildly fleshed out, you kind of, it's impossible for me to not know the story beats. It's impossible for me to kind of not know what's coming. And I will also say the fact that there are enemies pretty much every single place you turn. I think the game is more scary, if you want to call it that, when there isn't enemies. That's what I found. Like the occasional time, like where, like maybe in the prison, or a couple of other places, where the labyrinth, where suddenly there was just no enemies at all, and you're like, well, when am I gonna get jumped out? It's probably not great that it went around that direction, but I mean, it had a couple of nice sort of little jump scares here and there, a couple of fun spots, but I mean, I honestly didn't think it was particularly scary. I think the ambience was good. I think it, we will talk about a little bit in a moment regarding the areas specifically. Although so wait, did we kind of end up covering the different areas?
Not yet. That's the
okay.
next question.
Yeah, I'll talk about it a little bit then, but later on. But yeah, I think like as far as an ambience, like I think it was decent and stuff like that, but I didn't find the game particularly scary, honestly. But I'd just be getting old in the tooth.
I'll go next. I was like spooked in a couple of places. I'm not gonna lie. I believe a good reference point is just some of the sound design. Again, I understand that I expected a lot of stuff that was mostly coming because I played the original, and a lot of like jumpy surprises. I think they do a great job at just playing with your expectations a little bit. I think the scariest part for me was the apartments, because I just didn't know what the fuck was going on at that rate. I'm like, everything's rearranged, so oh, this is here, this is not here anymore, and then it's just a whole bunch of noise. You go into certain rooms and you hear gurgling. I'm like, what is happening? So I thought that was pretty creepy. And the prison is probably the scariest part in the game because of the spider mannequin on the walls. And I'm like, okay, I didn't expect this to happen. Then they get behind you, then they start trying to beat you to death, and it's just like, it's so many surprises. I think also the alarm section as well, because I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't think that I'm going to get into any trouble at this point if I pull the switch. And I pulled it, and the entire prison is on alert, and every monster wants to kill me. So it definitely has this very creepy moments. I thought Abstract Daddy was a creepy boss. Seeing the entire apartment loop and turn more into a crime scene, and you see Angela's bedroom, was very, very heartbreaking. That boss fight has some creepy environmental storytelling, especially with the TV debate, and I was like, oh shit, that's just really fucked up. But yeah, this game has some good, scary, creepy moments, good sound design. I was thoroughly impressed by it, actually. So I really loved it so far. Is it the scariest game of all time? Probably not, because I feel that's very subjective as to what scares are in the first place, and that's fine, but not a bad start in my opinion. Next up is Slash. What do you think of the scare factor in Silent Hill 2 Remake?
You got me right as I was about to take a bite of cake. So, but I'm gonna do it anyways on mic.
As he enjoys his cake, like Art the Clown.
Well,
that was a war cry, man.
While he's eating it, I would just quickly add, I don't think the game is trying to be scary. if that makes sense. I don't think that's the point. I don't really think Silent Hill games in a way have ever meant to be like about trying to scare the player, like unsettle. Yes, kind of challenge and question what you're seeing and what's going on, definitely. But I don't really, especially with Silent Hill 2 original, like even the original game I never thought was particularly scary as such. It's unsettling and it's kind of like depressing what's going on, but it's more of kind of like an emotional journey. I always felt.
I think there's still a fear of the unknown with this game, which is kind of why it got me in segments. Especially when you go into a heavily organized and rearranged remake. I don't expect mannequins to be hiding behind something as I get kicked in the head. So like that fear of just, you have some expectation going in, but then it subverts it, which is pretty harrowing in certain spots. So I can kind of see how people maybe not impressed by it, or some people that are. But it wasn't like to the point where the scares felt dumb. Like I seen a horror game where it's like it tries to scare you or jump something out and it turns out to be a little bit more comedic than anything. I would say that whole Layers of Fear situation where the streamer's like watching the ghost hit his head on the wall, another game by Bloober Team. If I saw something like that in a playthrough, I would laugh my ass off, and I would say this game, if it even remotely tried to creep me out, I will laugh at it hard. I find that to be comedic. The game doesn't have anything like that where I found it to be silly. Very serious tone and atmospheric, and I think that is the most impressive part about it when you go through it. But
yeah,
good.
Oh. Anyways, back to where I was. In terms of the scare factor, 10 out of 10 for me. 10 out of fucking 10. I genuinely felt like I was losing my sanity. I could feel my sanity drop as I was playing the game. The worst about it, the worst time I ever got scared was Toluca Prison. That was the worst one. But it felt like up until that point, it just felt like, okay, the opening of the game is as scary as it's going to get. Oh no, the apartments are the scariest it's going to get. Now the other world is. Now Brookhaven is. Now it's everything, But, and I'm not much of a pansy when it comes to horror. Like, I will tackle the biggest horror things known to man. But this one was just something different. Like Shadow was trying to say, this game wasn't trying to be scary, but it was doing a damn fine job at it. At being scary. Because I feel like with horror, if you're not trying your hardest to scare the audience, that is when you're gonna scare them. That's where you get all these old subtle movies and games made in the horror genre that are some of the scariest. Because of their subtlety. They're not trying so hard to scare you. They're not Conjuring movies. Bam, 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 bam. Jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare. Like, they're not beating you over the head with, be scared now, be scared. Like, why aren't you scared yet? It's playing it at such a slow pace. Playing it at such a slow pace that it's like, when there's enemies, you're already on alert. When there's not enemies, you're always on alert for when there's enemies. You're never in a state of calm at all. Even with Maria, it's like, when is this gonna go all wrong? And it never does. And I think that's the genius of it. The worst scare I think I ever had, Ren, you've seen it. It's the Pyramid Head scare. It's that jump scare.
Do you mean when he's in the labyrinth?
No, not the labyrinth. The labyrinth, like, that actually scared me. It made me go, oh no, it's him. But it was the one on top of Brookhaven. It was the top of Brookhaven Hospital.
Oh, where he grabs you?
That's
where
the
he
one that got me
grabs
the
you.
most too. I will say.
I put a clip in. I have a clip where it's like, there's nothing in here. Well, I guess I gotta. Because I thought that the broken area of the roof was where I had to go. So I said, why not? I'll go into this elevator shaft. Like, it doesn't look like it's next game content. And then I don't know what happened, but it was so sudden when he grabs you by the throat that I sucked all of the air in around me in fear.
I think the one in Brookhaven, I mean, not Brookhaven, but the one in the Labyrinth got me because he's just there. It's like no indication. There's no noise. There's no rhyme. There's no build up. You just go around the corner. He's right there. And I think that's the best type of scare where it's just like you just don't know what corner or what enemy is standing there. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack. So I just dodged past him. I didn't know that he would also open the door to his lair because at one point he didn't do that. I thought it was a safe area. And he stood there, and I'm like, okay, well, fuck you then. You can't get me. And then another point where I loaded a save, and I was doing the same thing. I was like, oh, he can't get me in here. He opened the door. I literally almost died. I was like, how? What's going on? So those little gameplay moments are the ones that kind of is a little bit everlasting, in my opinion.
Yeah. The ambushes by the mannequins are also some of the scariest parts of the game because, one, the radio doesn't let you know that they're there unless they're not in hiding.
Yeah, and they blend in pretty well.
Yeah, they blend in really well. I was only ever able to catch maybe 5 mannequins the entire game hiding. The rest all ambushed me, and it always scared me. It's really cheeky when they're behind something that you just simply can't see through. And when you're looking away, they'll jump out, and it's like... And it launched me off my bed one time in the labyrinth. There's a part of the labyrinth where you hit a dead end, and you think, well, I mean, there's supplies here, so I'll look through. And then... whatever sound they make... whatever sound they make... and it launched me off my bed onto the floor, and I just never got up after that because I'm sat over here having a panic attack. But oh God, overall, I think it's genuinely the scariest game I've played. I can't name any game that I've played scarier than that. Not even Alien Isolation.
There's a certain room I'd love for you to walk into in Silent Hill 4 and experience that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
is it the Eileen room?
Yeah.
Yep, Lixian made a video on that, and it's something. It's something.
Great to walk into. Silent Hill 4 does a better job of building up horror than this does, I'd say.
Despite the lack of fog.
Yeah.
And some of the lack of Silent Hill too. That game is like it takes place in a whole new area.
I'd say it's a really good horror game for Silent Hill 4, but not a good Silent Hill game. And your main character is a whole other problem. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if I can talk about some more the scare factor entirely. The fog is one of the scariest things about the game, simply because you can't see about 10 feet ahead of you. And you'll hear the radio go off.
That is how this version actually did a fantastic job of recreating the original, I want to say. That was something I really praised it for when I first started playing. Because the HD remake, you could see beyond the lake at the beginning, and the background just looked like a JPEG. But they did a really good job of recreating the thickness of the fog. Because in the original, it was like that, where you could not see it all.
I like how the fog gets angry too in this one. It's kind of a cool little sequence. I like that.
Yeah, it actually adds to the town being a character because the fog is actively trying to fight you. It's sending out everything.
Have you ever have any of you ever been outside with fog that thick before?
No.
Yes, yes, I have, and it's fucking terrifying.
I was gonna say I grew up in the Smoky Mountains, and so it's foggy like that very, very often. And the first time I experienced it as a little kid, I had played Persona 4, where there's a thing in that game that every time the fog is super thick, somebody has gotten like murdered in it, like horrifically.
What the hell?
And so that was like I started playing the game. I played it way late into the night, and then I had to go walk to the bus, and the fog was so thick I could not see within 10 feet in front of me. And I was like, oh my god.
Yes, Ren, that is us on the podcast. But the fog itself, after a certain point, like through pop culture osmosis, I just thought Silent Hill was purely fog. But like when you get outside after a certain point, it's like no fog anymore, and I'm just like, oh, but I missed the fog. But then the fog comes back, and it's like, hey. But to add on to your point about the HD collection, from what I know, the whole point of the HD collection was to take away any semblance of the fog, to kind of showcase the hardware elements of the PS3. But
Well, I think it was actually the HD collection. They were not able to recreate the fog because of the hardware of the PS3, because the PS2 had a very different setup that was able to actually make fog like that type of material look like that.
No, the reason is because they what was it? They took some beta code of the original Silent Hill 2
That too.
and they weren't able to manufacture it correctly. Tom Hewlett says he tried to give them notes, but they went with a completely beta test version of the code of Silent Hill 2, and they ended up messing it up hard.
oh
Pretty
my
much, yes.
God.
Somehow they lost the original source code. Apparently,
Yeah, that was
I
the
have
most
no
insane
idea how
thing.
they did this, but that's apparently what happened.
And they fucked up
Literally-
Silent Hill 3 HD even worse.
Aliens, colonial marines of the Silent Hill franchise. What the hell?
Ooh,
It's what it is.
yeah, it's a lot of. I have HD
God.
collection on Xbox.
You sacrilegious. You're so sacrilegious. But yeah, scare factor 10 out of 10. Let's move on.
All right, Mordecai, how about you on scares? Anything to say?
Well, I would put it all on paper where I've been making my notes because I have ADHD and it makes it easier. Also because I'm a big horror fan and I had a lot to say on this. The atmosphere, just like Shade said, of Silent Hill games in the original is supposed to be an atmosphere of fear. There is this buildup. That's what makes good horror in general, is a buildup and suspense, in my opinion. Cheap horror, however, does rely on those jump scares and does not think about the way that horror exists for people in real life. Because you can have nightmares and you have a feeling of horror, and once you wake up and you try to explain the nightmare to somebody, you're like, this wasn't really scary. Maybe like, why did this scare me? That's because there's something slightly off. So I think building up consistency in something like a horror video game is really good. Like there's so many different times that you have to look through peepholes in this remake, even though you do in other Silent Hills as well. They could have waited until one of the last peepholes and finally had a jump scare there and had somebody look up at you, or had something in the room just suddenly jerk up and move and run at the peephole. Like that was something I was really sad that they didn't actually use, because there was a lot of fucking holes in those. There were so many holes. This is like Silent Hill Remake Hole Edition. There are holes in the original too, but it's just always really funny the amount of holes in this one. But that consistency is something that I think they didn't quite use well. But they did, like you said, in the prison, that was a really good spot that they showed that variable, where you have a consistency of lighting and enemies being not affected by it, basically. And you're pretty much always having your flashlight. But when you go into the prison world and you're having to turn those or pull those levers down and everything, and the lighting changes things, affects stuff. That is a good way to stop that consistency and really freak you out, basically. And there's a buildup of the entire game before that where the lighting is not that way. And I agreed with Shade. There were too many enemies consistently for me to actually be scared by them. It was very rare. I was mostly scared that I was going to have to use my ammo up on them and not have enough for the boss to be easy ahead. But the bosses weren't very hard, so that didn't really become a problem as I went through. The last time I played the original was over 10 years ago, so I didn't actually remember it very well. So I was hoping that I would be more scared by this one and get that psychological fear and stress and build up. But I didn't really feel like that as much as I did with the original. Silent Hill is, again, more about horror, but not cheap scares. They show the side of horror that is specifically about PTSD, trauma, and guilt, in general, like survivor's guilt. Even different types of PTSD and trauma are what each of these characters are showcased with, and they show how people deal with it and are affected by it. The difference in how Angela reacts to her trauma versus how Eddie reacts to his is a good example of that, and then both being somewhat similar in age or closer in age than any of the other players probably. I would say that the average player that doesn't play horror often, this would be near a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 horror game to them for sure. But people like me that play horror more often, I would say this was somewhere around a 6 or a 7. I actually often felt bored at times, but that was more so to do with areas being stretched on and just having to do genocide runs of the enemy. I actually think it would be better. Something that scared me in the original was that you were able to run away from enemies. So you got that feeling of running away from a monster. This one, you just have to kill all of them so they become more benign, more boring, more something that you're used to. And that consistency is actually used against them in horror. And because it's a psychological horror, like most Silent Hill games, it's more of a slow burn in the original, and I think they didn't quite capture that in this one. And again, like I said, that slow burn is where you use that consistency to change something, and that's when you get really scared, which that's the prison work that way, and the scene with Pyramid Head on the rooftop grabbing you by your neck, that definitely got the biggest jump scare out of me that like made my brain fucking hurt, because it was a good way to show like, oh, this doesn't seem like it's leading up to a cutscene, this doesn't seem like it's leading up to a boss fight. Like normally when I see a big area on a map in Silent Hill or Resident Evil games, or I get to a boss fountain, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm about to see a big old creature. I'm about to see some kind of pyramid head, like something's gonna happen. So I have this expectation. But because he wasn't fighting you there, you didn't have any of that before. So that was a good way to flip the consistency. And I think that was pretty much all of my notes on it. But yeah, for me, like I said, I actually did often get bored with this game from having to kill everything, because I just knew literally every single room, every corner, every inch of the hallway, there was going to be an enemy, and 9 out of 10 times they were not avoidable. Actually, I was more scared when I was first in the town, because I was able to run away from the enemies and I didn't want to attract their attention because I had only the pipe on my hands, That was much scarier to me, and them only appearing in certain shops, or coming up from behind the counter. Same thing, the models that are the pair of legs that pose in rooms and wait to jump out at you, and they blend in well. That is a really good way to do a psychological horror that scares somebody with a proper scare that isn't cheap, in my opinion. So I would say they did capture those aspects of horror well, but just the majority of the time I was not scared, and I didn't even feel very stressed. So for me, it was like a 6 out of 10 for scariness.
I'll say something real quick. I do agree. I like the fact that you can go into newer shops now.
That was really nice,
and that's cool. Like, you can go into some newer shops and enemies will ambush you. That was not prevalent in the original. More interiors is pretty nice. And the other thing I'll say, it's a bit of a nitpick, because I liked fighting enemies in this game, but I do believe this game did not need holdout sections. This happens later on in the labyrinth, where it's you have to hold out from the enemy and kill as many as possible, and there's like an alert or something. It's like a big horn or an alarm, and you have to wait until the enemies are dead. It's like a giant enemy gauntlet, and I just think that really hurts the labyrinth section like a lot, in my opinion. And it leads into the next question as well, which is the question on the expanded areas. What did you think of them? The town, otherworld, apartments, hospital, prison, labyrinth, and the hotel. Shadow, I know you want to talk about this one, so I'll have you go first.
Yeah. Overall, I did appreciate that there was the different areas definitely did feel, and I think did have kind of their own kind of vibes about them, which I think was very good. You know, from the apartments kind of unsettling, and then Brookhaven's kind of very unhospitable, if you'll pardon the pun. I think the prison really nailed it, and that's kind of why I feel that kind of like the second half of the game I think is a little stronger than the first. You know, it's very oppressive. You know, very hostile. And just a place that you don't want to be. You know, and obviously then the labyrinth is there, like, you know, you're obviously descending like heavily into like the madness of everything. And then finally you get to Lakeview, where you think everything's going to be kind of, you know, redeemed and resolved. And obviously, as you go through, not only does it become solely apparent that James isn't going to be, you know, that things have gone really horribly wrong, but, you know, obviously it's kind of visualizing the world sort of coming apart around him again, obviously with the decay of the place. So, you know, that's pretty sweet. I mean, I do appreciate about that. And I do think that it is important. You know, I think that, you know, kind of having those vibes, I think helps overall. You know, with kind of the punchiness of the second part of the game. Going around the town is fine. Like, you know, I've walked around foggy towns enough in video games. I've walked around dark towns enough in video games. I will say, I guess I kind of wish you had the opportunity to explore a little bit more in Otherworld Silent Hill. It just feels like you're basically traveling a straight line. There's very little deviation.
Yeah.
I would have liked a little bit more freedom with that, but, you know, especially considering how much extra stuff they throw into some other places in the game. I was a little surprised we didn't get a chance just to kind of deviate off the path a little bit there. But, you know, that is what it is, basically. But yeah, overall, I think the areas were pretty solid on the whole. You know, and once you hit like the prison, especially, I think they did a really good job with that. You know, with the lighting and just like the omnipotence of it all. You know, when you realize that you're in a pretty bad place.
Yeah, I have to agree. And it's one thing I brought up in chat. I'm surprised they didn't do more with the Otherworld town. It just kind of comes and goes. Really, I'm very shocked that that level was not more.
Just a transition.
Yeah,
That's what it was just a transition.
Yeah, exactly.
More expansive. Like, what will happen if you go into a place where it's all just beaten down, flesh on the walls, and the way they did the hospital in the Otherworld is ghastly, and I am so shocked they did not do that with the town version. So that's just a little bit disappointing. I wanted to throw that out there, but for mostly everything else, I didn't have too many big problems with the expanded areas. I do understand the complaints that sometimes they get a little sloggy. I kind of felt that in the labyrinth. I'm not gonna lie, that frigging puzzle that you have to flip with the box, and you have to go through this room, and then you have to get this item, then you have to go through this room and get this item, then you have to do it like 4 times. Yeah, that could have been cut down to like 2, maybe 3, and I would have been happy with that. But the fact that it goes on and on and on, it gets very old quickly.
There is busy work that is scattered around all the areas, and I think that is, once you see it, you kind of can't unsee it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like, if they had more significance, like I wouldn't mind if it had more story pertinence, maybe a little touch here, a little touch there, like more lore, it'd be fine. But it's mostly just fetch questing at that point, and I just did not really feel it, to be honest. I can see that in the apartments too. You're kind of just going around fetching stuff until you finally get into Pyramid Head's lair. And I believe it was not with the clock. You have to get the hour hand, you have to get the other hand, and then the second hand. That kind of felt a little bit monotonous at times. But overall, I would say them at least changing all the areas, rearranging them, making sure that yes, these interiors have like dark corners. It could be mannequins hiding under tables. It did bring a lot of the areas to life. I believe the expanded like portions really helped the hotel a lot, because I don't know if it's just me, but I wasn't a fan of the original hotel. I felt like it was just kind of like a straight line. I kind of prefer this one a lot more overall because you get more stuff to do, and when you are about
There are
finished,
cooler rooms too.
cooler rooms. And I like the fact that once you exit out, like the hotel is like peeling apart on the walls and something's not right. It's like flooding almost. I was like, oh, that's a nice little touch. It's not the other world yet, but it's flooding, everything's messed up. It's showing the decay of James's mind in real time as we speak. So I thought that was pretty good. I'm going to let Slash go next. What did you think of the expanded areas?
Well, I don't know if I can. I can't say much with comparisons to the original, as again I only played the original for 30 minutes as a kid, and Fear quit it forever. As far as them going so long for certain areas, I felt like there were some sections of the game that I felt like after a certain point it goes, okay, this is going on a bit too long. I feel like I should be done with this by now. Like that, and I've always felt like that's a problem with the Bloober team with some of their horror stuff, because for the third time this podcast, let's go back to Blair Witch. There's actually a really scary scene in Blair Witch where there's a monster in the original house from the original movie, but it's only viewable through the camera. Catch is, it'll kill you if you look at it for more than like 3 seconds at a time, I think. And so you have to navigate your way through the house while looking exactly 180 degrees away from the monster, the invisible monster. Thing is, that thing goes on for it goes on for like 15 minutes. And that's how I felt like certain sections like Brookhaven went on. And while I said that, like, the game is a 10 out of 10 for me as a avid horror fan who plays horror games and watches horror movies very often. It was a 10 out of 10 scary game. But in terms of like some things going on too long, I felt like Toluca could have been cut in some areas. Felt like Brookhaven could have been cut in some areas. Felt like some of the puzzles, the entire labyrinth puzzle could have been cut entirely and reworked into like one giant like puzzle that has one solution instead of 3 different ones. And I felt like 6 ladders. Oh, Jesus Christ! Why do we need so many to traverse?
It was
in
worse
one
than the
area.
original. It was worse than the original. I think it was like 8 or 9 of them. But they
Oh,
actually,
God.
I think they actually made that a bit simpler. I actually navigated that totally fine. Like, that's a lot worse in the original game.
I don't think it was much the navigation, other than like just the actual like just monotony of it all. Now there were some areas where I accidentally just like padded my time there. I know that in the town, I did the jukebox puzzle for an hour
Jesus.
because I was stupid. I was very stupid. I wasn't very aware of this.
Well, you're
I went,
experiencing a whole new game at the same time. That's understandable.
yeah. So I was very fearful of a lot I was coming across. So I had went to the apartments that you need to get the button for, I ran back to the bar, put the button in. I went to go get the disc, almost died there. Then went back to the bar with the vinyl, with the prepared vinyl. And then I finally went back out to the cafe to get the coin and then went back to the bar. It padded my time for about an hour. Which really, I should have beat the game in about 15 hours rather than 16 and a half that I did. On top of certain areas, just me panicking and hiding in a corner, waiting for enemies to come instead of, running for them. Just overall, I felt like the game was at the perfect length for me, but I feel like some of the shorter sections, like Shade said, could have been expanded, like the Otherworld town. Felt like more of a transition rather than a section of the game. The hospital definitely could have been cut down a bit, I feel like.
Yeah, that one was the worst to me. That or the apartments, because the apartments were a little more similar than the hospital.
Yeah. The hospital, my problem with the hospital was just like the fact that so much is blocked off, and it starts off very linear before it finally gets more open. And like we have a puzzle question later, but I do want to rag on the labyrinth puzzle a little bit more. That thing is the stupidest thing ever. I've never experienced a puzzle.
I agree. I did not like it. I just did not like a thing about it.
Yeah, when you come back after finding Maria dead for the second time in the labyrinth, which I don't know what happened to her. Like that's the one death of hers out of the three that like I'm like, what happened?
It's kind of like that in the original too. I'm not gonna lie. Her head is like caved in, and it's just okay. She's just dead now.
More like she took facial damage from a bullet than she does like she got speared through the torso. But I'd heard people say they thought maybe it was that her secondary death visual was more like to represent what his wife looked like. Because in this one, her face wasn't as fucked up, and it looked maybe like she'd coughed up blood or something.
It looked like she'd been beaten as well.
Yeah.
She had like, I guess you can because her cell changes. Her cell completely changes by the time you finally get to her.
Also, the idea of her being.
You're referring to like when you get past that, but I think that's just meant to represent like Mary like succumbing to cancer sort of thing. That's Maria. That's what that's meant to represent. So.
Okay, well, the thing about it, about the labyrinth puzzle that I was going to get to was the aftermath of it. When Pyramid Head destroys it, the visual of him destroying it and leaving behind the great knife, I was like, same, dude. But I was also mad because Pyramid Head could destroy that thing before I ever got the chance to. I probably unloaded like 5 pistol rounds into it before I even solved it. Yeah. That's all I got, really, on that. Simply because I can't make the comparisons to the original.
Murdekai, what do you think of the expanded areas?
Well, like I said earlier, the apartments and the hospitals are a bit too long, a bit too similar. But mostly, the hospital had more interesting like stuff going on in each room and differences. The apartment problem, similar to the hotel in some ways, where it's like, yeah, I know every room's gonna look the fucking same in here. Basically, they're not gonna look very different. They're gonna be tiny. I'm just gonna be walking back and forth. And what you had said earlier about having to go and find items, I felt like a lot of the game was actually becoming very fetch questy, and you have to, like, they forced you to enter every single room in order to get the items you needed to solve the puzzles and move ahead, and that was really annoying to me. because it did not used to be quite that way. But it was not that different from it, but it was not. I just don't remember it being quite that annoying. Silent Hill, one of my favorite parts, I will say, is filling out your map and the abilities. But in this one, there was something frustrating to it. It felt like it took a little too long. I was also surprised that they called it a labyrinth. I'm gonna be honest, I am somebody that I love solving puzzles. I've always played like Nancy Drew games and Professor Layton games since I was really little. So maybe it's just because I like solving puzzles. I had no problem with solving the cube puzzle, except when a glitch happened or a bug or whatever in my game where I solved it. Like I went through the first room, and whenever I came back, it was supposed to, like, the door unlocked. You know, the white door unlocks, and you get back to the cube, and you need to flip it again. But my cube did not get destructed. It was the same as it was the first time, but I couldn't go back up the room. I couldn't go back up into the room that was the first room and then go back through. I couldn't get back through the white door. It was locked, so I was like stuck, and I was like, what the actual fuck? So thankfully I was thankful that the game autosaves and that I had been rotating my saves. And so I just rotated it, and when I walked back out the white door, the cube was deconstructed. But that did for like 30 minutes. I was like, I was so confused because I didn't expect that. But if that hadn't happened, other than that, it was extremely easy to solve. And the first flip that I did of it was where I found the picture in the cube. So I didn't have any problems with it except for that glitch. I think that was everything I was gonna say on that. Pretty much y'all said the same exact shit. I did realize that the game is becoming, it's like, yep, we're gonna force you to enter every single room because we worked hard to make them, which again is forcing you to fight enemies because they don't stop fucking chasing you usually, and they'll follow you through every door, crevice, underneath everything, whatever. So it just felt very, the enemies felt inescapable, but not in a fun, scary way.
I will say this. At least the checking the doors is a lot. It's a few seconds off compared to the original because you're mashing X trying to get through everything. This one is like just walk up towards it. It just saves a little bit time, which I thought was just nice to have. But yeah, it is a lot of rooms, some empty rooms with like nothing in them, especially in the apartments. So you really have to. At least
in the original, you could usually, because of the overhead view, you could open the door and you could pretty much see all of the room. Like, nope, there's nothing in here, and you could see an enemy and you're like, fuck you, and then walk back out and the enemy can't follow you. Like, that is something I do like about the original more, is that cinematic view overhead, and also just telling enemies to fuck off and not wasting your time and ammo on them.
True, but again, I'll give them some credit. Silent Hill is mostly known for like a bunch of rusted doors, and that's kind of annoying.
Sure. Most of them are closed.
Yeah, most of them are closed, so it's kind of good actually that you could just walk up to one and see what's going on. I'm very glad you don't have to go through like a door sequence or anything. It's just all real time, so that's kind of nice, honestly. But I said this in the chat. I'm gonna combine the last question and another one, so we can sort of start to wrap up. I added a new question as well, so these two are the last ones. First, we're gonna talk about the puzzles. So do you have any opinions on the puzzles whatsoever? And first, we will go with Slash.
Well, I already alluded to something about the worst puzzle in horror game history, the Labyrinth. But I don't want to dwell too much on that because I will actually have a fucking rage fit in this call.
You gotta play more horror games.
I don't know. I think that I don't know if anything else will beat that. I genuinely don't know. And I've played plenty of horror games that have had puzzles to them. That one was simply because, like, oh god, it's mainly because one of the areas you just can't fucking see it. So like you have to guess check every fucking combination possible.
But you can actually look through the broken down walls and see the symbol on the door, like around the walls of that back area, and that's your hint.
Yeah, I couldn't see it, but that was the only puzzle I had to actually look up a guide for because I was having so much trouble. It was during the day. I was playing the game during the day, so naturally, with sun leaking through my room, I couldn't see shit.
Was that
to save my life.
the moth puzzle?
No, the not the moth puzzle. The moth puzzle was easy.
Yeah,
that was
that
actually
was
really
easy.
fun to figure out. That was really fun to figure out. It was the labyrinth. It was the labyrinth.
Oh yeah, if anything is in the labyrinth, I'm going to agree because it's just either way too long or you have moments where some stuff is like kind of convoluted. Like I think it my portion of the playthrough, I just told myself I'm gonna kind of look stuff up because I don't know how this puzzle is coordinated or how you exactly have to get to the certain area. Then someone told me there's like symbols on the wall you have to look at, and that's how you tilt the box. And it's like kind of, it changes too each time it changes. This is like in another area. I was like, oh okay, I don't think I would have known that if someone didn't tell me.
Yeah, what I found cool about some of the puzzles though is the clock puzzle, depending on the difficulty, the puzzle changes. Not to mention the puzzle changes, but each playthrough on any difficulty can change that puzzle as well.
That's actually in the original as well.
Yeah, that's what I had heard from a friend in real life who told me about that.
Yeah, I think
did
it's
find out.
you get less hints if it's on hard mode. I think it's just it gives you an indication of where the hour and minute glass goes. That's it.
Yeah. I played it on standard, so I had fairly difficult but also easy puzzles. I also found out that there are, let's see, there are 36 possible puzzle combinations in the entire game for the noose puzzle, matching the different sins to the different things and finding the innocent one. I found that really fun because each thing has two possibilities. Each playthrough has two possible blocks that you need to put in. Standard has two for each. Apparently normal, easy has two for each, and so does hard. That's what I got out of it. Unless I'm just reading that wrong and I'm stupid. But I'm probably stupid. I'm pretty sure I got diagnosed with stupid 20 years ago. So, but no, the noose puzzle was probably my favorite puzzle because I felt like I could tie it to the story, and I was like, are these all sins that James has committed? Because there's obviously something about murder in there.
It's more so similar. It's not him so much, but it is similar to some other characters. Not all in this game, but in some ways it's a bit there. There's another puzzle similar to that in Silent Hill 4. It's not really a puzzle; it's like a psychiatrist. But they do reference there's another room, and because this is an original puzzle from the first game, but there's another room because there was the same puzzle. Just slightly like differently set up basically, but there is a room later on in Silent Hill 2 Remake that shows the old gallows puzzle.
Yeah, the gallows. The gallows puzzle also has my favorite shot. My favorite shot in the game, and it's when you get the correct one and the camera is like looking through the noose at James, and I really love that shot. It's so simple, but it tells you so much about the story. Overall, I didn't feel like the puzzles were that hard. Yeah, they just weren't as difficult as I thought they would be.
Shadow, what about you? What do you think of the puzzles in Silent Hill 2 Remake?
I thought they were pretty good. I played on hard difficulty, should be noted.
I should have done that.
Yeah, I thought they were all pretty solid, really. All things being honest. a lot of variety in the puzzles. Some you've got to obviously try and work out either kind of some riddles. You've got like the apartment safe in Woodside as well. You've got to kind of like try and hunt the numbers in the wall, which I think was kind of cool. You've got a bit of like kind of trial and error with like the nurses station trying to work out Tepto. You've got like the grand market with like you got to work out. You got to go just a touch forward up to kind of if you it's an optional puzzle at least to work that out. I thought they were actually pretty good. I think some of them were a little tricky. Some of them perhaps took a couple of attempts to get through, but I wasn't stuck on any of them for a long time. Maybe I was stuck on one for maybe like 5 sort of minutes or so. A couple of them are trickier. The bracelets bits can be a little bit tricky. There's a little bit of kind of substitution you got to do there. The scales puzzle was a little harder than I thought it was going to be to get the centralizing. The final part, you just kind of work out a bit of maths, kind of helps with that a little bit. And yeah, the gallows puzzle. I mean, when my run, I actually came down to a coin flip of whether I was right or wrong, and I guessed wrong first time, which was fine. But that's a kind of a puzzle where like you don't have to solve it necessarily; that you can just brute force it a little bit and give yourself kind of better odds. I think the only one I wasn't the biggest fan of was the elevator. Funnily enough, the trick or treat puzzle, just because the questions you were being asked was an information that you very likely either never found out, or quite frankly, you forgot because it doesn't get saved in your memory.
Well,
And it is. I was gonna say it is an optional puzzle. Like you don't have to take it on. The game very much makes a point, but like being asked a couple of the questions you get asked are very very vague, and it's like unless you've happened to run into the right stats, you just don't know the answer. So, and it's kind of slightly disincentivized. I think that it's kind of discredited the puzzle because there's a save point literally right outside the box. So if you want, you just save the game and just keep reloading until you get the right combination. If you want to do that, which kind of defeats the point, I think, a little bit. So, that's about the only one I think I would say I was like not the biggest fan of. But other than that, though, I think they're all really good. I think I don't really know much of the difference between the various difficulties, but I don't think hard difficulty was like, I wasn't having to go into it not having knowledge of Shakespeare. Look at it that way. Like that was far from required. Like there's a couple of tricky ones. You got to sit down and work out what exactly is going on from time to time. But I thought the puzzles were pretty well handled, all things considered, and really appreciate them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sort of agree. Like older Silent Hills, especially, I want to say older Silent Hill 3, 1, 2. When they start getting like very Shakespearean, my brain just dies. I'm just like, I'm not smart enough for this. I'm gonna look up a guy. It was an
exception that they just shouldn't have had. That should never have done that. That was just a terrible idea, and I think they learned.
Yeah,
really?
When they do like something like 5, 6 stanzas, and it's just all about Shakespeare, and they say it in a very Shakespearean way, and they expect you to solve the puzzle, read between the lines, and then I'm reading it again, I'm like, wait, what? That's my response to those puzzles. It gets really bad in Silent Hill 3 on like hard. I was brain stumped by some of those, but this one was fine. You use a little bit of gray matter to get through certain areas. I thought the coin puzzle this time around was pretty good, as well as the one in the apartments. It starts to get a little bit tricky later on, and by I think that room where they have the graffiti and writing on the walls, it started to become a little bit tricky there. Yeah, but once you solve it out. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, one or two of the numbers is a little bit tricky, and it can take a little while because there's just so much going on hard. It can be a little hard to pick them out. I do agree.
Yeah, but like I think reading that, seeing what was on the walls, seeing, oh, you gotta look at the waves and the rivers on the side of the wall, I was like, oh, okay, I'm starting to piece this together. It's like environmental storytelling. I think I started to get stumped in the hospital. I think hospital was a lot to go through, and solving the x-ray puzzle was a lot of busy work. And then going into the labyrinth, I think this is kind of where like they're strong in the beginning, they're strong in the middle, And then when we get to the labyrinth, it's like, well, everything's just like all over the place. But for the most part, I did love most of the puzzles in the game. The gallows puzzle made me think, the safe with the symbols, which is one that comes to mind with the bracelets. You have to put the right symbol in place. I thought that was kind of ingenious. I did not get the bracelet puzzle immediately, but I got the symbol one, and I'm like, okay, you have to line up the numbers. And then I thought about it, brute forced it, I got through it. Only about, I want to say 40% of the game is where I got like kind of brain buster, but overall they're kind of relatively easy to solve if you pay like enough attention. So I didn't struggle too bad. I still would say Tormented Souls is a game that where the puzzles bug me out completely versus this one where it's like,
that one's fun.
yeah, that one was kind of like having these weird shapes on keys and having to do what is it, like some sort of weird code where you have to solve like geography, astrology. I'm just like, oh no, I can't do this. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it will definitely test your challenge. And considering that there's differing difficulties to the puzzle, you can pick what you like. I did this on standard while playing the action on hard, and I think eventually I'll go back and play it on hard, which is what I did with the original Silent Hill once I got used to the puzzles and everything. So it's not really too bad. It's nice that they have those options still there. But we're moving on to the final question, which is what are your thoughts on the cut content in this one, which is no Born from a Wish, no hyper spray, no great knife, 10-star ranking, all that stuff there. And how would you rate this game compared to the original? Mordecai, you were saying something?
I didn't get to talk about the puzzles.
Well, I guess we could bunch it all up into one question since
I will. I absolutely. That was honestly most of my answer for that because I fucking love puzzles. I grew up playing Nancy Drew and Professor Layton shit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just gonna say, for me they're extremely easy, but that is because I'm used to playing. So puzzle games, there are certain types of puzzles. So like the scales was extremely easy for me because I've played a ton of puzzle games that already have that style of puzzle. They don't have the same answer every time, but I can do it without doing any math. The riddle difficulty thing, that was one of my things, other than you don't get the fucking great knife, that sucks. And the no star ranking system was sad to see because I always like seeing that. Just like it's a classic Konami feeling. But the puzzle difficulty is like disappointing for me because of that. I was just gonna say, the trick or treat puzzle is actually a new game plus thing in the old game. It was actually something that like you see in the original and you have the option to solve it, but you're technically not really supposed to be able to solve it at all. So it's supposed to be something more like you would write it down and it would be another one of those encouragements for you to do New Game Plus, because you have to pay attention to those questions because they're the names of like, what's the street in between this one and this one? It's, you can do it in your first playthrough for sure. I mean, I did, but like you have to be, you do have to typically, at least in the old one, you would do New Game Plus normally to get it because it's like a special reward. But it's just ammo and I keep wanting to say potions, health drinks.
I think the only difference between this and the original is that you could skip it. In the original, the entire cutscene conversation can be skipped.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, you cannot. That's what I definitely remember because I pressed X on accident at one point in the original. And I skipped it, but this one you cannot.
I was surprised because like every other cutscene, the moment my controller would like slightly touch my desk, it would like you want to skip? I'm like, no. But I did like the ones with double numbers on them for the code locks, or like the one like you're saying in the hospital where you have to follow the path of things. And it's like he goes back home. So the riddle, it's a riddle inside a riddle. It's kind of fucking with you. I love stuff like that because that does actually make me have to think. The rest of them, I really didn't feel like I had to think. It was just a lot of that same like, it's a fetch quest. Like I'll find this item and it's going to be very obvious where they go for me. The bracelet, it literally took like 2 seconds because I just memorized what the shapes looked like in terms of when you first go to put them on there. they have a certain length on the amount of the bracelet that comes off from the clip at the end. So I just matched them up to that. And that was like to the little white shading shadows they had. Oh, and I don't think I ever mentioned, when I was starting this game, I turned off my crosshairs. I played this completely without crosshairs because for some reason I thought the original you didn't have crosshairs. I can't remember if you did or not, but I wanted to play it like the OG, so I just turned off crosshairs. So I played this whole game without like knowing what I was shooting at usually.
The original game wasn't over the shoulder, so.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, yeah, I thought it wasn't, but I was like, I was playing it at like halfway, and I'm like, did it have that? I'm like, oh well, it's like, I mean, I probably could have changed it by then, but I didn't want to. But that's all I wanted to say. I love puzzle games, but I think this is one that absolutely should be played on a harder puzzle difficulty because it was another thing that made me feel kind of bored with it.
I'll go next real quick on the final question. Thoughts on the cut content. I'll just go through this one by one. So Born from a Wish, I think it's gonna be DLC. We're just gonna get it at this rate. I'm not too mad about it because it was not in the original Silent Hill 2 that launched in 2001. I believe it came as the form of a revision when they decided to put it on Xbox with like Restless Dreams and the Greatest Hits version. So it was one of those situations where people kind of erroneously say, oh, it was already on the disc and they cut out the content, and people kind of did this with RE4 Remake where it's like, oh, Separate Ways was released day one on the GameCube version. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was content that came out later on the PS2. So when people say that, it just drives my head into a wall because it's not cut content, it's just something that came out later. But either way, if it's the same deal priced at like $10, I'm not gonna really complain about it because I'm gonna play it when it comes out. I like the game that much to really support it, so it's not a big deal of it being DLC, to be honest. As long as it's like still cool, interesting, adds to the story for Maria, I'm all for it. No hyper spray and great knife. Okay, I don't think I ever found the hyper spray. I have no idea what it does, but from what I remember, if you beat the game on 10 stars, like a really good rank, your hyper spray does a lot of damage to the point where if it's like a certain color, if it's really good and you did well in playthrough, you get like 10 stars, it will one-shot monsters, no problem. It's literally like the chainsaw as it is now. You will one-shot everything with that thing. So I hope they add that back as a post-game update. That'd be pretty cool. 10-star rank, I really kind of don't care for. I'm not gonna lie. It's cool for people who like to be completionists and speed run the game immediately and get like a 2-hour runs or something like that, or like, you know, beat all the enemies down to a certain degree. But I always thought that Silent Hill requirements in history were not as great as RE. It's like you have to do an entire checklist to get 10 stars in the first place. I don't want to have to do, I gotta watch my running, I have to beat the boat segment in like 1 minute and 30 seconds, I have to watch my bullets, I have to do this, I have to do that. I mean, hats off to people who earned that before, but I just think that's a giant slog to me, and I just want it to be where, oh, I beat the game under a certain time, under certain conditions that make sense, and that's it. That's why I think RE does this like way better than Silent Hill, in my opinion. Just let me know when I can get the goddamn S rank, because I don't want to watch my walking distance, all this other stuff, especially if there's no stats for them whatsoever, which bug people in the original. You have to count, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to do that. So I don't really care less for this being gone. As for extra riddle, that could also be a post-game update. I don't mind, because essentially what it is it makes the puzzle a lot more harder. So for people who want to do another playthrough of that, that's fine. I have no problems with them putting that back in, but I don't remember if this was in the original initially or Greatest Hits. Some citation clarification would be needed, but it'd be cool if it's back. I don't mind doing another playthrough on like extra riddle. That's totally fine. And how would I rate this game? This game is a nice companion piece to the original. I am not going to disrespect OG Silent Hill 2 because I love that game, but that game is not flawless in my honest opinion, as much as I love it. It's the same for this game, where it's like I love elements of it, and I think it is a great game for a modernized audience, better controls, and more of a throughput of getting through areas, adding in new content, expanding it. That was a sight to see, but it's also not perfect. It needs some refinement to some of the combat features and how they handle enemy encounters in the future, making it more varied, fresh, and unique. But for what I played, I did really enjoy this. For a good first game where Bloober's like, we never did combat before, we never did this before, we never did anything on this scale, it feels like that. A nice, good first game. I felt the same with Resident Evil 1. It's like, it's a lot of potential here. It's a lot they're building on, and I like that very much. But a few little extra pieces could make this into a real masterpiece, which is what happened with RE1 going into RE2, where I think that game is absolutely amazing and the quality of life really improved it, and I was sold onto the series when it came out. They could do the same for here. Silent Hill 2 is a great first start, and then the next one, the next remake, could be absolutely phenomenal, like 9 out of 10s. But for now, I give this like an 8.5. Good first attempt, some annoying aspects here or there, but a solid experience throughout. Next up is Shadow. What do you think of the cut content in this game, and how would you rate it? Also, I didn't talk about the Great Knife. I think that being gone kind of sucks, but it didn't break the overall game for me overall. It's just a nitpick. But what do you think of this question, Shadow?
I prefer the Great Knife being kind of used in plot context. The rest of it, I couldn't care about. Quite frankly, couldn't care. Like, none of it's that relevant. Most of it's either end game, post game, or just arbitrary stuff that you do for no particular reason. Couldn't care less about any of it, so I have no sadness there. As far as the game, yeah, probably about 8.5 for me as well. I think it does plenty right. I think there are a couple of, I want to say, growing pains. I think definitely a couple of areas where I think that things kind of labored a little bit too long and could have done with a little bit of refocusing and refining. And I do think that there was the odd occasion where what I was seeing didn't make the most sense compared to what I was supposed to be going on. But there's a lot of good stuff going on overall. I think the combat, while it's a little bit inconsistent, I think when it does work, it's pretty good. The shooting is pretty nice. The puzzles are great. The town looks fantastic. Unfortunately, I do think that occasionally, like, it's funny. I think the fog probably does it occasionally a disservice, especially like the really heavy bit. That's just me. Well, the end thing that are coming out of this is that, like I say, the second half of the game I do think is better than the first. I do think the prison just feels generally really good. And yeah, like I said before, the Angela Father boss fight, I think is probably the best part of the game. And I see stuff like that, and that makes me interested to see what other Silent Hill remakes could look like. And I suppose if that's the case of me feeling coming out of this, then I suppose that's job done. I do think we'll see Silent Hill 1 first before Silent Hill 3. That is my belief. I might not be entirely correct on that, but I just feel like they would do 1 first and then do 3 afterwards, personally speaking. But we'll see. But yeah, overall, I think they've done a pretty good job. I think Bloober can feel pretty happy. I don't think they could have gone much lower without being considered like a Titanic failure. I don't think anyone's sitting here saying that it's like an absolutely revolutionary success, or this is not going to be challenging game of the year by any stretch of imagination. But I think they can feel pretty happy for a job pretty well done.
And that's funny on the remake front, because many people want one or they expect one, but I just kind of want them to do 4 because I feel like 4 is the one that needs the most work.
Probably so, but I mean, I'm not too worried about 4, personally speaking. I actually think Silent Hill 3 remake, I think, could be really, really good. I think out of the 3, that's the one I'm probably most excited for.
That
Yeah.
one's my favorite. If they did remake 4, I think that's the one that Konami could definitely do with letting themselves rewrite it in a
Yes,
lot of
well,
ways.
well,
though.
if you're
be
if you're talking
completely-
about expanding things, look, I don't like that
Yeah.
Silent Hill 4. You have to backtrack through the same areas at the latter half of the game. That's a weak latter half compared to this remake.
Sure.
It was a terrible decision. It was just really bad and just not interesting. Like there's no
It's
good
not
reason for it.
necessary anymore with modern
No.
like software and hardware that we have too.
No. If they ever do that again and ever do revisit that game, that will be completely revised. And anyone that complains and says, "Oh, you're not being fair for the original," go play the original and come back to me.
Also,
agree.
speaking of a good prison section, Silent Hill 4's prison section is probably my favorite of that game's areas.
But Mordecai, did you go on this last question about the cuts or no?
No, I didn't.
Good.
I was just gonna say I did enjoy it. This is just like I'm just gonna rate it basically. I enjoyed it and it made improvements in some places that were definitely necessary, but I was not as entertained by it as the original. Partly because of the missing cinematic views, I think, and again, like I talked about, the horror elements were done not as well. But again, this isn't a company that's maybe as experienced in some of those places as Konami is, especially when it comes to storytelling. Obviously, they do a great job of making Metal Gear's storytelling entertaining. And some of the lengthening of areas and the forced combat makes me not want to replay it. However, the Angela boss fight, the prison area, and the hotel, like you said, all the last areas are the best parts. And I think it's literally because they're more varied. And whenever you do go to the other world versions of those, they are way shorter and they're cut in half by a lot of the area being literally like cut off because of destruction. And so they're not as dragged out. So for me, it's definitely somewhere around a 7 or an 8 out of 10.
Flash buddy, how about you? The final question. What do you think of any of the cut content and how would you rate this game?
Well, I don't know if I have say on much of the cut content. I think I said my piece about the Great Knife earlier in the podcast, about 3 hours earlier. How I felt about the idea of the Great Knife being cut, kind of helping symbolize James's feeling of Pyramid Head being his executioner, rather than him just grabbing it and just saying, "I'm the executioner now." Because that's not what Pyramid Head was. He's not symbolic of James's murder. He's symbolic of the guilt and everything. But the hyperspray, don't know much about it. Born from a Wish, did not even know it existed. The 10-star difficulty, I don't much care. If I wanted a star or ranking, my bad. If I wanted that, I'd just go play Metal Gear Solid 5. It'll give me much of that, anyways. Riddle puzzle difficulty. I felt like the puzzles could have been harder in some areas, especially on standard. I felt like standard was way too easy in certain areas. But overall, I think I would give the game a 9 out of 10, being my first Silent Hill game. It might lower if I ever do go back to the original games, but I don't know. We'll have to see. But for now, it's going to be hard for any game this year to beat as my game. So, and that's all I'm going to leave the podcast with.
And I just want to interject with one little thing. Like, I do believe that, like, a lot of the weapon cuts, like, just when people talk about cuts in general, it's usually, like, a very negative connotation. But this game kept a lot intact and built on a lot. So I would say these cuts in general are very minuscule at best, or they could add them in for, like, a little post-game content bundle. Same for costumes. I saw people complaining about that. I was just kind of like, look, I want to see classic James with the patches as well on his jacket, but is it really a deal breaker? No. So that's also one thing I wanted to bring up, is that people kind of wanted to see the old jacket come back. I'm just like, it's nice, but it's not gonna kill me. It's not the end of the world. The only thing I want to see really back is Great Knife and Pyramid Head, not Pyramid Head, but Maria's chapter, because the Baldwin Mansion is in the game with Born from a Wish, and that is indeed there. So, and they reference it too. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a $9 DLC down the road. Then Bloober's going to start to probably tease people a little bit more about it and say, oh, we're going to probably remake this or that. They say it's all on Konami too. So whenever they get the ball rolling, and this game sold like 1 million copies in 3 days, I'm pretty sure selling 1/9 of the entire series means it is successful. But we're going to sign out. This was a good podcast discussion, a lot of various opinions on interesting stuff, theories, assessments, and whatnot. So you can find me on Twitter at rentoperative_. You can find me on Blue Sky at Renegade Operative. I'm just gonna post all that stuff in the description anyway, because I'm kind of getting tired of X. But mainly you can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative and Twitch at Renegade_Operative, where I will probably be streaming my next horror game pretty soon once this podcast is finally up. It's going to be tremendous because I also have another podcast behind this where we talked about Dragon Ball. We will see what happens. Next is Slash. Where can we find you?
You can find me at the usual spots. YouTube at Slash. Twitch TV at the Slasher of 78, I believe. Still that one. I'll have to double check while I'm listing. You can find me on Twitter at @slashesback. Twitch. So
Slash, you cut out on the Twitch part.
Cut out.
Yeah, on the Twitch part.
Well, the Twitch is Slasher of 78. I can't confirm that. I was gonna do a Suicide Squad review, but that is still up in the air simply because the game got worse. So yeah.
Shadow, what about you? Where can we find you, buddy, on social media?
Yeah, find me on YouTube, Black Shadow 993, and Twitch at Black_Shadow_993.
Murderkai, where can we find you?
You can find me at Medrikai on Twitch. It's got links to all my other bullshit, but also on YouTube. Exactly the same spelling and name. Hope to see y'all there.
All right, and well, we had two people that had to leave. Obviously, for Bane, you can find him at Lau=funny, and Yeet likes to stay in the server. So obviously, I'll link the horror server in the description. You want to talk to us there? Meet him. Everything will be gravy. I don't know what the next horror thing is going to be. Now, we know they announced RE9. We have no idea what they're going to show. I think the last shot is in December with the whole Game Awards stuff. If there is a reaction, news, anything like that, we will be talking about it because it is pretty much more or less official. And I think at this point, it pretty much is a given that the next two horror franchises that are going to be kind of going up and down is RE and Silent Hill, because I'm sure Konami is going to capitalize on this no problem. But when there is more information on the series, and if they show stuff, and Bloober likes to make games quick, because like I said, they're making a new horror game now, we will indeed talk about it. So this is the IS. We are signing out, and we will see you good people out there next time. Don't get lost in the fog. See you later.